Hey, how you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you another live stream. We got, quite a few videos here for you. And as always, anything that you just so happen to see here, you will be able to find directly on the channel in a shorter formatted video form so that you can digest all of it as you please and not sit through a 3, 4, sometimes 5 hour live stream, right? So it is currently 3:09 this Monday afternoon. Happy Monday to everybody out there. So as stated, a woman got caught talking crazy, right? When specifically a man, a Black American man, decided that he wanted to go and patronize the business. So let's take a look.
Advice. And you got to watch what you say when you say it. Because this is what I'm saying. Because you don't know who speaks Spanish. Yo soy cubano, ¿me entiendes? Pero yo soy cubano.
I was just saying.
Okay, but I'm just saying you need to watch what you say. I'm just letting you know though. When you talk about people, especially black people, man, watch what you're saying. I ain't recording you. I'm recording myself. I'm recording you now. I'm recording you now. So you know what? That's what I'm saying. They be talking that shit Spanish, thinking people don't understand their ass. Yo soy cubano. So when you talk about black folks in Spanish, a bunch of them say what they're saying. No, y'all talking in Spanish. Yo soy cubano. Yo entiendo.
So right, I'm going to replay it again. Let me replay it one more time for everybody.
Give you a word of advice, and you got to watch what you say when you say it. Because this is what I'm saying. Because you don't know who speaks Spanish. Yo soy cubano, ¿me entiendes? Pero yo soy cubano.
I was just saying.
Okay, but I'm just saying you need to watch what you say. I'm just letting you know though. When you talk about people, especially black people, man, watch what you're saying. I ain't recording you. I'm recording myself. I'm recording you now. So you know what? That's what I'm saying. They be talking that shit Spanish, thinking people don't understand their ass. So when you talk about black folks in Spanish, a bunch of them say what they're saying. No, y'all talking in Spanish. Yo soy cubano. Yo entiendo.
Right. And this is the main thing that I've tried to tell a lot of black people directly out here, that, people want to make up this whole thing about black and brown coalition. We were side by side and we were this and we were that. No, if that was really the case, then you wouldn't have people out here deciding that they want to start, speaking Spanish and, start saying things about black people, right? You shouldn't have to, quote unquote, switch in order to talk about somebody when they're around you. You shouldn't have to do that. And, especially when you want to say something directly about them. But the reason why they do that is because they don't want to be confrontational, right? They don't really want no problems. Because if she was about that life of problems and somebody else who was directly with her, I heard a man, directly in the background, if they were really about that life, then they would have said it in simple English where everybody could clearly hear and decide to make a response and have a conversation and everything like that. But like I said, a lot of people want to be slick and they want to hide, right, behind being bilingual and trying to masquerade and hide how it is that they specifically feel about Black Americans, right? But let's go into that whole black and brown coalition thing, right? Let's look at this.
Well, there's a lot, but one of the things I love is that even though we come from completely different places, historically our paths cross all the time. And throughout history, we have found ways to lean on each other. Whether it's Mexico opening its borders to allow slaves to escape and become free, or whether it's Martin Luther King Jr. and Malcolm X inspiring the Chicano movement. Our paths are so interlinked in such a beautiful stand of resistance that I can't help but always appreciate our unity. Although throughout history, we have had our conflicts, we always seem to inspire and help one another succeed in this world that seems to try to always bring us down. Now, I've been reading a lot about Mexican American history because of everything going on with immigration and the Trump administration. I love how this spec gives credit to the civil rights movement for inspiring the Chicano movement. This is what it says. The Black Civil Rights Crusade left a powerful legacy. Almost every aspect of American life was impacted in one way or another. One of the most meaningful consequences of the Second Reconstruction was the stimulus it provided for other people of color to stand up for their rights. These included Mexicanos, who now initiated their own movement of self-awareness. So to my Mexicanos, Don't forget that throughout history, we have relied on each other. And one of the most beautiful things that we can do is continue to unite and resist against oppression.
Now, it's pretty funny how the lightest of the lightest decided that she wanted to come out here. Black and brown, we got this, we got that, we got history, it's intertwined, and this happened and this happened. Because the main thing they always want to bring up was like, oh well, remember during slavery, you guys need to escape. Yeah. We allowed you guys in, we sheltered you guys, all this other type of good stuff, right? Cool, no problem. Let's go directly with that, and then let's go back to America, right? During the civil rights, right? During, Jim Crow, all of those things. And one of the main things that I pointed out continuously on this platform over the years is specifically from the elders that were around during that time, the Hispanic elders. And during a documentary, they specifically asked them, where were you at? Were you segregated away from the whites? Did you have an area for the Hispanics, then the whites, then the blacks, and so on and so on? They were like, no, we were right on the bus, side by side with the white kids. The Hispanics never had to stand up. They didn't have to give up their seats. They didn't have to do any of the things that Black Americans had to sit up there and do. They didn't have to face the same things that Black Americans faced during segregation, during Jim Crow, during the civil rights. They didn't have to face any of those things at all. Why? Because they were considered white. But yet, when people tend to vote against themselves and not listen to Black folks, we tend to see more and get more videos just like this, where people want to make it seem like, oh, we're all intertwined and, we all have history. We all have this. We all have that. No, we don't. Mm-mm. No. Again, when it dealt with the Trump administration, heavily white people voted for Trump. Heavily, both men and women of the Latin origin voted for Trump. The Asian Americans, men and women, voted for Trump. Also, Native Americans voted for Trump. All of those groups decided to vote directly for Trump. And now when people are getting deported, people now need shelter, people need saving, people need to, get shielded from a lot of the things taking place. Mind you, their own decisions. Now people want to go to Black people for help. But Black people tried to tell y'all something. Y'all ain't want to sit up there and listen, because y'all specifically thought that once Trump and the Republicans got into office, that this was going to severely affect and severely hinder the Black American community, like everybody else always thinks that these things will just so happen to do. But now people are starting to find out that, hey, the decision I made is not really doing anything to Black people. It's more so actually affecting me and everybody else that decided to vote. Hey, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Let me tell you something. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. Now let's go to a little bit of another video that should add a little bit more to this, right?
Issue with Black people always caping for white women. Dave, what do you mean caping for white women? Well, let's just review. Statistically speaking, out of all of the DEI hires, only 4% have gone to Black people. 52% have gone to white women. The same way white women were the number one beneficiaries of affirmative action. The same way white women are the number one beneficiaries of the welfare state, yet and still, here you come. When it comes to feminism, white women were also the number one beneficiaries, but Black people keep getting their heads chopped in. I'm trying to understand when you will wake up. All they got to do is hit you with a phrase and you're running with it. Because before this, what was it? Critical race theory. Oh, Lord, they're taking the books out of the schools. If you need the government, meaning the U.S. Department of Education, the state school board, whoever, to teach your child about being Black, you've already lost the race. Let that sink in. But let's get back to DEI for a minute. We keep advocating for crumbs. But here's where I'm really trying to understand. You decided that it was a good idea to roast Tabitha Brown because she said, if you're going to boycott Target, that's fine. Just buy Black within Target, because there are literally hundreds of Black-owned businesses that are in Target that have been featured, that have been propped up, that have deals going with Target. And you said, oh, no, because you're half in and you're half out. Well, I would venture to guess that being half in is a lot better than the under 3% you are as far as ownership and employing other black people. Do you see Jewish people walking around here saying, "Bye, Jewish"? Do you see Asian people of any group of Asians, meaning Vietnamese, Chinese, Indian? Do you see any of them talk about "Bye, Asian"? No, they don't have to, because it's a way of life. Black people, we don't. But you're fighting for diversity, equity, and inclusion, just like you were fighting for critical race theory, just like you were fighting for Black Lives Matter. And then we found out from their own masthead that the Black Lives Matter organization wanted to dismantle the patriarchy and put up non-binary hoobity-doos that identify as Puff the Magic Dragon. No diddy. I'm trying to understand why you keep hopping from cause to cause. Oh, that's because your mind is colonized. That's because you believe whatever Roland Martin tells you. You believe whatever D.L. Hughley tells you. You believe whatever Joy Reid tells you. Joy Reid, up until about 3 months ago, who was cosplaying as Donald Trump with that god-awful wig on her head and still hasn't done anything impactful for black people. Then you're following Al Sharpton into a Costco, because Costco has DEI. You do realize Al Sharpton's a multimillionaire, don't you? You do realize he has a multi-million-dollar contract with...
Right. So we heard that, right? So let me go back to something. I saw somebody that, says something a little bit crazy, right? Let me go back up to that. Let me see if I can find that real quick, because I could have sworn that somebody tried to say, you said that, and also 70% of black people voted for Trump. Where did you get that? Matter of fact, let's go to ChatGPT real quick. Let's just look at this, right? So I typed this in, right? So let's go back real quick, because we like to focus on the past. In 2020 United States presidential election, approximately 12% of black voters voted for Donald J. Trump, according to exit polls conducted by major media outlets like CNN and the Associated Press. This was an increase from 8% in the 2016 election, right? So then I went back and asked, how many black people voted for Trump in 2024? In the 2024 United States presidential election, Donald Trump received approximately 13% of the black vote, according to exit polls, right? This marks a slight increase from the 12% he garnered back in 2020. Breakdown: black men, 21% voted for Trump, up from 19% in 2020. Black women, 7% supported Trump, a decrease from the 9% in 2020. To estimate the numbers of black voters who supported Trump in 2024, the total votes cast approximately 155 million. Black voter turnout, assuming black voter represented 11% of the electorate, that's about 17 million voters. Number 3, black votes for Trump, 13 of the 17 million, equals to approximately 2.2 million votes. And it also stated, while these figures prove a general overview, it's essential to note that the voter turnout and the demographic data can vary, and final certified election results may offer more precise numbers, right? So out of everything that I was able to read, I didn't see anything that said 70% of black people voted for Trump. I'm a little bit confused. And you wrote that with the amount of confidence that I've never seen before. Like, where did you get those numbers from? Because I remember actually looking at the election for both times, one of which I was actually working during the time. And I remember both instances. I never seen anybody sit up there and say, like, yeah, 70% of black people sat up there and voted for Trump. That's diabolical. That is crazy. I'm like, anybody could just look this up. But, people decide that they want to state whatever numbers. Crazy work. Diabolical work, right? Let me see. I didn't vote. However, you're talking about this video says speaking facts. What does it mean to be black? What does it mean being black? Go look up some history. Go look up some history. Because the funniest thing is, whenever it deals with black people, it's funny how those who are not black always want black people to explain things to them versus going and learning and reading. right? That's a little bit crazy to me, because anytime that black people happen to state something, white people are like, oh no, you're wrong, you don't know what you're talking about. Go read a book, go to a library, go do this, go do some research, all this other type of stuff. And in return, I'm saying the exact same thing. If you want to know what it is to be black, or you want to understand it, there's a multitude of videos of black people up there willing to teach you. I'm not one of them. I'm not one of them. This is what TikTok is for. That is what TikTok is for. And then what was that? You said, is this an undercover Trump channel? What? I think I saw Mo pop up real quick? Yeah. It said, don't walk too close to the gates. Yeah. Because y'all starting off stupid today, but you can do whatever it is that you want to do. But again, like the brother said, DEI was never, the whole thing dealing with black people. It just wasn't. Affirmative action, DEI, and all these other types of things. Primarily, as stated before, and I've even shown the stats directly on that and read that off, where you had white women who were the primary beneficiaries when they dealt with affirmative action, DEI, and all these other type of initiatives that were directly out there. Because amongst that majority, white women are still a minority. And because white women are a minority, they needed certain laws and regulations in order to protect them. So their men came up with these laws in order to give them a little bit of leeway, because they were tired of them sitting up there talking and squawking and all this other type of stuff. But, then it got to that point where it was like, we got to reel this back in. We gave y'all for a lot of decades and whatnot. We gave y'all a lot of leeway. We want y'all back in the kitchen. And here we are. And you have a lot of these groups out there that want to try to get black people involved. You got white women right now trying to tell, black women like, oh, we need you guys to get back out there. We got to fix this. These men out here, they're really trying to, take our rights. No, sweetheart. It's just you. The men out there that you're speaking of, don't generalize it. Specifically state that white men are the ones taking away rights from white women, and the other ones who identify as white, even if it's honorary. So it can be Asian. Guess what? You're still white. It can be Hispanic. Guess what? You're still white. And so on and so on and so on. But like I said, because they now want to be inclusive when it deals with their specific problems, they want to generalize the situation instead of outwardly calling out the men of their communities who have been specifically trying to hold them back and stop them from going to schools and having high earning jobs and getting houses and cars and having bank accounts and being able to do things directly on their own. Now their problem, again, white women are trying to make that black women's problem. And black women have actually wisened up to be like, you got us that first time. The first time y'all did great. You got us the first go around. This time, nah. We're going to sit this one out. We can clearly see on the field. We can clearly see what's going on here. And it's not what you're making it seem to be. Right? And now you have a lot of white people online being mad because black people don't want to help. You have a lot of white women online mad and angry because black women don't want to help. And I'm like, whoo, look at that. Puffing your chest out because people don't want to help you out of your own situation. That's crazy. That sounds like somebody's trying to be a victim. And I never known in history for white people to ever be victims. But all of a sudden, after, what has taken place with the election, magically a lot of white people are crying online like victims. The same exact thing that they always try to tell black, oh, stop talking about slavery, stop making yourself a victim, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. America and everybody that voted for Trump, I need you to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. All of the white farmers that are going online crying about the Trump administration, about the Republican Party doing this and doing that, and how it's negatively impacting you. I need you all to shut up and pull yourselves up by your bootstraps. It's not the American way to make yourselves and to turn yourselves or to try to become a magical victim. That's for the minorities to do. You have no room. You have no luxury. You have no leeway to now all of a sudden decide that, I'm a white farmer. This administration didn't do what I thought it was going to do. I can't believe they sat up there and got rid of, all of my immigrants, my illegal workers, and this is really impacting my family. And you better fix it. You better get your husbands and your Uncle Pete, Paul's sister, brother. You better get them directly in those fields. Or like one woman in black woman in Nebraska sat up there and stated, a lot of those white folks out there thought that they were going to get their slaves back, aka Black Americans. Nah, 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 nah. You better get your whole family directly out there, and y'all better start cultivating and working those fields. Don't nobody got time. There's a lot of white people out here that don't got jobs. I expect a lot of white people to start getting their hands dirty. Y'all wanted to get rid of all of the immigrants. Y'all said that they were taking all of the jobs. So white people, y'all need to start going out there and picking up that corn, picking up that cabbage. Y'all need to, I don't even care if it's cilantro. I don't even know what it is. Whatever is growing directly out of that ground or coming directly from trees, white folks, y'all need to be the first ones in line getting those jobs. But oh, wait, you're not going to take those jobs because you feel like you're better than those jobs. You feel like it is beneath you. You feel like you're more educated. You want to get paid what it is that you're worth. Actually, you're allergic to actual physical labor and hard work. Where you have to actually get your hands into the ground. You actually got to tend to the soil. You feel like that's beneath you. You feel like slaves or lesser than or whatnot should be actually doing it while you're in an air conditioned, unit, shoveling papers around, chit chatting at the water cooler, looking at Becky Sue as she's walking in her brand new short skirt that she done got from Lululemons or whatever it is. Like that's what y'all, tend to like to do. And you feel like anybody else that is not white should be pretty much working the fields. Crazy work. Diabolical. But I guess America is going to be suffering at this moment in time because of the actions that you guys wanted to commit directly to. Because, like I told you guys before, everything has a far reach directly to it. You think that whatever you're doing is going to primarily benefit you when really it's going to do a lot of the reverse. And a lot of you guys are soon enough finding that out. Shout out to the Asian community because you are some of the first ones to find that out, especially after you guys sat side by side with white people in the United States to get rid of affirmative action. Oh boy. And now you guys are in line trying to sit up there and sue colleges because you're not getting accepted. How does that work? You're victims now? No. You're just book smart people. You guys like to sit up there and study. There's no reason for you to sit up there and sue any schools. Leave that to the real victims, aka the black people, right? Because we're the ones, you guys talk about the past, you guys talk about slavery, this, that, and the third, yada, 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 right? Nobody else has ever been victims. Nobody else ever portrays themselves to be victims. Everybody else in America pulls themselves up by the bootstraps. But since that is supposedly the case, why do I see so many people, Hispanic, crying online? So many white women and white men crying online, Asians crying online, many other immigrants crying online. Why is that? This is what everybody voted for. Everybody voted to get Trump and the Republicans directly in office. This is what people sat up there and voted for. So I'm a little bit confused on how people are having buyer's remorse. Every single election, people usually try to tell people, oh, you need to go, learn about who it is that you're electing. You need to learn about the party. You need to learn about this, learn about that. But I didn't see none of that going on. I saw people watching Fox News and Fox News and Fox News, taking that as the word of the Bible and going out there and voting. Because when you ask any of these people who voted why it is that they voted, they can't even specifically tell you, or at least try to be honest. A lot of people voted because they got tired of seeing other people directly there. They didn't want to see a Kamala immigrant. They didn't want to see Obama. They didn't want to see that again, right? They're not trying to have that happen. And especially they're not trying to have a quote unquote woman of color directly as the leader of the free world and her husband being in second class, a white man. Oh, no. White people are not going to sit up to have it. If white people weren't going to put Hillary, right? And again, her husband, who was still alive, Bill Clinton, was the president at one moment in time. If they weren't going to allow Hillary to be the leader of the free world and do that, they're not going to sit up there and allow an Indian woman to sit up there and do that with a white man. No. Especially white men are not about to sit up there and be looked at as a second-class citizen, as a Susie homemaker. White men were not going to sit up there and do that and allow that to, trust me. The country would have burned. So what did people opt for? They were like, you know what, we're going to go for Trump. And that's what happened. You got Trump and you got Elon. There you go. You got what it is that you wanted because you didn't want to look at the other side and how it was going to specifically make you look directly to the world. And again, I understand the optics. I completely understand the optics. You as a white man don't want to be or assume the role of what would be considered a woman, right? Because if you look at all of the women in office who, of course, were married to the president, they were what, cooking, they had, books, they were doing, light work, with the kids and all of this other type of stuff. America does not want to show white men in that type of light because they themselves view that as less than. It doesn't matter all of the dads directly out here, the white fathers out here that say, I'm proud of being a father, that's great, that's cute, that's awesome. But when you have a woman that is in a sense the power, that is the leader of the free world, and you are in a sense, for all intents and purposes, second rate, yeah. Mm-mm. Everybody showed you exactly what it is that they wanted and who it is that they wanted to represent America, no matter what he thought, no matter how he talks, no matter how he moves, no matter what he does. They were like, we would rather deal with that than deal with anything coming from the other side. So again, I'm a little bit concerned. I'm a little bit confused how people are having buyer's remorse because you got what you wanted. I told people this back during the very first election. I told people you got exactly what it is that you wanted. Told people this. Told people. And I think I even said during those years that if he even has a chance of going for a re-election, that he's going to get voted in. Here we are. Oh my God. It was like I had a crystal ball. Look at that. Color me surprised, even though I'm already colored in, but it's crazy work. It is crazy work. Oh my goodness. Also, much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all people that are currently here at this moment in time listening to my rant. Jay Rice said Al Sharpton is a demon, always been and always will be. The funniest thing about that, about the comment that this man stated, he is correct. The fact that you have somebody who has millions of dollars that is supposedly, for the civil rights and doing this and doing that, but they're not struggling. Understand what I'm sitting up here saying. That man has been so far removed from what it is that black people actually go through at this moment in time. Al Sharpton has been at a variety of tables with people who are probably, multi, millionaires and billionaires, people that we might not have even seen or even know about. We don't even know what their last names are, but they exist in a whole nother circle. But he knows them. He's seen them. And the main thing, every single time that they show up, it's always the exact same thing, right? And I showed y'all the video of Costco where he went there with hundreds of black people, and they were supposedly there with some gift cards, and they were going to spend money because they're still doing DEI and yada yada yada. That's some crazy work. The main thing that I sat up there and told people, I'm like, at the end of the day, if you really wanted to have an effect, you should have took those hundreds of black people and sent them to a black business, or you should have told them to buy black online. But guess what? They're not going to do that, because they can't use those optics in a sense for the way that they want to do it, which is the same thing as the system is holding us back. The system is the white man is da. Like I said, I get it. I get the systematic oppression. I get everything historically that has taken place. But again, we can focus on two things at the same time, right? But the one main thing that really needs the assistance of black people are black businesses. Those black dollars could have been circulating through a black-owned family business. But again, a lot of these people, like the Al Sharptons and so on, they don't decide to tell you to go do that. They don't tell you to go sit up there and shop and buy black. They don't do that. They don't. Right? But yet you see every other community out here supporting their own communities. The Jewish community supports their own. The Latin community supports their own. Africans and other immigrants support their own. Hispanics, same thing, support their own. Right? White people support their own. For whatever reason, you don't happen to have the higher ups that are above the black community, mainly the church and some of these civil rights activists and whatnot. You don't really hear them sitting up there trying to tell black people to spend their black dollars amongst each other. Why is that? And then the other layer to that is the fact that if you do have, let's say, grassroots individuals telling black people to spend your dollars amongst yourselves, you'll start having random figures show up and be like, oh, why are you guys being segregationist? Why are you guys trying to separate? Why do dollars have to be black when they're green? That doesn't make any sense. Why does everything have to be a color? Right? And those same people like to happen to show up directly in this comment section. Right? Because there was somebody earlier that said, like, what is this about being black? Why can't you just be good people? I'm like, what are we even talking about? Like, nobody even mentioned anything about whatever you were even trying to go for. That's because I'm like, that's some baffling, type of thing. It's like you made a statement while also throwing an insinuation directly out there, but because you're not brave enough, you don't want to say what that insinuation directly is, because you shouldn't have to say good person. That's some crazy work. But like I said, the main people who made up the concept of race are the same people trying to now turn around and be like, oh no, everybody needs to stop focusing on race. Everybody who focuses on race is obviously racist, but America was built off of race and purely saw race. So what would that then make America? Still racist. So just saying, just going to put that directly out there, but I guess people don't want to pay attention to it. Crazy work though. Crazy work. Again, much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all people who are currently here, directly at this moment in time. Let me see. You said something about not having an answer. There's so many people that are actually commenting here. I don't even know. I think my aunt is actually here in the comment section. Much love. If that is you at this moment in time, much love and appreciation for you, being directly in the live stream. Much love. Lou said, who's trying to get reparations? Well, I would say that would be Black Americans. That would be Black Americans, right? But for whatever reason, people older than me who are asking these questions act like they can't do any research. It's crazy work. Let me see. I really thought DI was about us until after about a month ago. Yeah, that's what usually happens. And shout out. Let me see if I can get your name right. What was that? Oh, I might. Okay, I'm just gonna say Tia, because I might butcher Tiarka. I want to say, hopefully I pronounced that right. I was going to try not to do it, but to Tiarka, the thing that I will state is, and I love the honesty, a lot of people didn't know. And that's due to the lack of information directly out there, right? So in one instance, we have the information in black and white that we would all, or that we all should read, right? But then the other instance of information that, or confirmation that we would just so happen to get, would be video, right? Video and audio. So a lot of us tend to watch social media. A lot of us tend to, watch the news, and we would tend to take that because we look at a lot of those people as more red than a lot of us, right? So these are the talking heads directly on the screen. So what we're going to decide to do is pay attention to them, and we're going to trust their word directly because the news stations obviously have them directly up there. They're on the syndicated show. They obviously have to be knowledgeable in order to be directly on the screen. Realistically, they don't have to be. Somebody can literally give them and write them a script, and they'll just still get paid at the end of the day, because a lot of these people have people who write for them. But yeah, it's some crazy work. It's crazy work how that works out. Again, look up affirmative action, look up DEI and many of the others. We were not in the scope of any of that. We did not profit from any of that. And if we did, it was very, very little. The main ones that profited from any of those initiatives were white women. And now white women aren't able to profit from those because white women voted to get rid of these, because again, white women thought that it was not going to impact them. They thought that it was going to impact black women. They thought it was going to impact the black kids and the black community in general. So they voted against their own best interest, because even they were ignorant of what it was that was actually going on. But here we are. Sham said, yo, what's up, Sham? You said that ain't our fight. Black people culturally have never been in their position. They're white woman, beliefs have destroyed the Black family, Black relationships, and Black lives. That's true. 100%. 100%. And you got those same women out there lying to this day, right? They decided to vote directly for Trump, who was a white man. And like I said, I have no problem. Back during the time of the Obama administration, a lot of Black people voted for Obama because, for all intents and purposes, he was Black. I was one of those people, right? And this was when I was younger. I sat up there and voted, and I've been 100% transparent and honest directly about that, right? And again, this also has to do with the effect of during my grandmother's time, because she was born in the 30s. This was something that, for her, they were told that they would never see anything like this, ever happen. So I'm like, all right, no problem. I got, the ancestors directly on this. We're gonna, sit up there and push this, directly forward, right? And you end up seeing what took place directly after, which was pretty much nothing, right? And it's like the carrot on the stick, right? You'll see something that you long for, something that you really want, something that looks very picturesque, right? But realistically, it's like a cardboard cutout. It's a fake, right? It's something that's not going to do anything at all. It was like a placebo that was just thrown directly out there versus actually something that was going to be placed there to help fix and make a problem better. And this is when I've come out commonly and stated that during that administration, the main people that ended up getting a lot of laws, rules, and regulations were other groups directly out there and not Black people. And that was just a fact. Like I said, there's no ifs, ands, or buts directly about it. It just is directly what it is. And that's the main thing that I state about every single administration when it deals with Democrat and or Republican. None of these administrations, none of the Democrats or Republicans care about the Black community, right? And the only way for the Black community to get its fair share, or to get people to acknowledge or to quote unquote actually care, the Black community got to sit up there and do the pushing first. The moment in time that we start moving things forward, and especially, I'll put it to you like this: the moment in time that Black Americans move things together, not even more so as a whole, but as a majority, let's say about a good like 40-45%, right, are moving things money wise in that majority. That's when a lot of these political heads and these figures are going to start standing up straight and actually doing something. Because now, not just are we saying certain things, but we also have the finances to back those things up. So if we say that, hey, we need some laws and rules and regulations basically passed, and we got 12 million up for whoever's willing to sit up there and do it, money talks. If you dangle 12 million in front of any of these political, whoever they are, oh, they're going to sit up there and get moving. No matter what they got to say, they're going to get moving directly for that money. But if Black people are just like, oh, kumbaya, my Lord, oh, we shall overcome, all of these slave hymns and all this, it's not going to do nothing. They'll sit up there and smile like, oh, that's great, that's cute. Keep singing, slave. Keep doing that, right? And then they're going to be taking money from everybody else, passing these initiatives, these rules and these laws and these regulations, giving these protections to all these other groups directly out here. That's what they're going to specifically do. Matter of fact, speaking of the whole thing of protecting other groups and passing certain types of initiatives, there is a video. Is this the? Let me see if this is
being called racist in here.
Yeah. So we have this video here, but it's going to touch on another thing. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me get you real quick. Hold on. We got two videos dealing with the government, actually. Let me get the second one for you guys real quick. Because unbeknownst to me, I did not know that there was a bill that people are working on at this moment in time to get passed. And that bill specifically was for minorities. I'm like, hold on. So you do all of the work to specifically get minorities directly out of here, right? Quote unquote legals, however it is that people want to sit up there and put it. And then you want to do something else to, basically cover them, right? So let me go directly here and let me get you guys this video All right, let me upload this here and let's take a listen.
Did you know that right now there's another bill, SB 12, to create an agency for immigrants and what they call refugees?
Wow.
Right now.
You gotta vote against that.
But here's the kicker. They didn't have to study anything. They introduced this bill to create the agency, Senator Gonzalez, and it's moving right now.
No opposition.
While our black caucus is telling us they want to study us forever.
Let's also highlight that the committee the bill presented in this week, all three of our black caucus members in that committee voted yes for the bill.
That's right. Wow.
Just to let y'all know.
That's why she said about those immigrants. They do need to go. We need to figure out a plan to get them out.
Get them out and run.
We need to get them out.
Our own candidates.
We gotta, yeah, what are their names? Do you have the name?
Right. So we heard that, right? So they have a bill, and I'm going to specifically read from that legislation. This is bill text CASB 12, right? And this is a part of the regular session. This is a California Senate Bill 12. It states that existing law designates 8 agencies in state government and requires a secretary of an agency to be generally responsible for the sound fiscal management of each department, office, or other unit within the said agency. Existing law further requires the secretary of an agency, among other duties, continually seek to improve the organization structure and operating policies and the management information system of each department, right? Further, it says the bill would establish the Immigrant and Refugee Affairs Agency as an agency within state government to be headed by a secretary who is appointed by the governor and subject to Senate confirmation. The bill would specify that the purpose of the agency is to reduce obstacles and enhance immigrant integration as defined into social, cultural, economic, and civic life of said state. The bill would establish the Office of Immigrant and Refugee Affairs within the agency. The bill would declare the intent to incorporate existing and future programs created to assist immigrants and refugees into the office. The bill would transfer the property of any office, agency, or department that relates to the function transferred to the office by these provisions and would transfer the encumbered balance of any appropriation and any other funds that are available for use in connection with any function transferred to the office. The bill would also provide that every officer and employee who is serving in the state civil service as provided and who is transferred to the office shall retain the status, position, and rights. The bill will create the Immigration and Refugee Integration Fund within state treasury and would make the monies available in the fund available to the office upon appropriation by the legislature. The bill would establish the duties and responsibilities of the agency, the office, which includes among duties establishing a permanent structure within the state to serve immigrants and refugees, assisting other state agencies in evaluating their programs for accessibility and effectiveness in providing services to immigrants and refugees, and recommending policy and budget mechanisms for meeting immigrants and refugees integration goals. The bill would limit the sharing of information, would prohibit sharing of personal information of immigrants and refugees outside of the agency, and would prohibit use of agency resources to directly or indirectly participate or assist in immigration enforcement activities. Existing laws established the statewide director of Immigrant integration, and require the director to serve as a statewide lead for the planning and or coordination of immigrant services and policies in California. Existing law requires, among other things, that the director develop a comprehensive statewide report on programs and services that serve immigrants, develop an online clearinghouse for immigrant services, resources, and or programs, and monitor the implementation of statewide laws and regulations that serve immigrants. This bill would recast those provisions to rename the director as the statewide director of immigrant and refugee integration. The bill would require the director to report to the governor and the legislature on programs and services that serve immigrants and refugees by January 1st of 2026, and require the director to provide a statewide plan for better implementation and coordination of immigrant and refugee assistance policies and programs. The bill will require the director to monitor statewide law and regulations that serve refugees in addition to immigrants. Existing constitutional provisions require that the statute that limits the right of access to the meetings of public bodies or writings of public officials and agencies be adopted with findings demonstrating the interests protected by the limitations and the need for protecting that interest. So again, as the brother was commonly stating in the video, my eyes are watering right now because I did not blink. As the brother was stating, he was like, hey, they're working on this bill, and they're more than likely going to pass it directly through, and it's for the immigrants, it's for the refugees, and so on and so on and so on, right? And as he stated, they didn't have to do no studying. They didn't have to get a group together to figure out if they were going to do this and try to funnel this money and get this together. No. They just put it on paper and they just did it. But whatever it deals with Black Americans, magically, we got to study this. Now people want to sit up there and read. Now people got to get book smart. It's like, nah. We got to do more research on this when it deals with Black Americans. Nah. We can't just do this, right? But the funniest thing is when the United States wants to give out money, just take a look at how much money the United States is giving out to other countries, and how that has not profited the United States at all, right? But at any point in time, if Black Americans were to have gotten reparations, we all know where the money is going to sit up there and go. The money's going to go right back into the United States. You're going to have Black people that are going to buy land. You're going to have Black people that are going to think about ownership. They're going to want to start businesses. They're really going to start, making families and different things like that, right? Communities will start to be built up in a more faster fashion versus us trying to sit idly by and wait for the government to do it. We'll just no problem. We know some contractors. We know some people. We're going to pay for all the red tape and get that cut, and we're going to start doing what it is that we need to do. Right. And overnight, you will start to see the Black communities actually get better. Now, for whatever reason, you have a lot of people out here that feel that if the Black community were to get reparations, America's just going to sit up there and just go downhill. It's going to be crime everywhere. It's going to be drugs everywhere. And I'm like, I don't know where y'all got that from, because last time I checked, when I look at these white communities that I've reported on throughout the years, I see armaments. I see drugs. I see ODing going on all over the place. And that has nothing to do with Black people. So I'm a little bit confused and concerned on how you think that Black people are going to negatively impact white America, the white community. We are not going to sit up there and care about nothing you send up doing. We ain't gonna be caring about nothing that you do. Like, just to be real, I'm not sure if people really understand that at this moment in time, because it seems that a lot of other people out here have a main character type of thing when it deals with Black Americans. Everybody feel that Black Americans are so fixated on everybody else. No, we're not. We're more so fixated on ourselves and trying to fix whatever problems and issues that we have so that we can move forward. It's the fact that you have a lot of people that want to get involved, feel like they can have a voice. And if we happen to get something moving, there is a lot of different moving pieces that want to hinder that type of progress. So if Black Americans are on the road that just so happen to get, let's say, reparations, I done showed you videos where you got some some Latin dudes directly out here that are like, no. We're going to be sitting up there, protesting. We're going to have pickets. We're going to have signs and sit up there and tell them, no. You can't give them, reparations. They go to the back of the line. The ones that really deserve it is the Latinos out here, the Native Americans. Once we get all of our stuff first, then you can sit up there and give it to the blacks and da. I'm like, that's some crazy work. Right. So we got that instance, right? So then on the other instance, you have other folks directly out there, and this has been on mainstream media news, where you got people who are Caribbean and African who are talking heads directly out here, and they're trying to make it seem as though that it's impossible to really give reparations because you got Caribbean Americans here that have been here for some generations, that you got Africans here who have been here for some generations, and they consider themselves to be black and this and that and all this. So how are we going to really? No. Like I said, we don't have time. We don't have time. There are too many groups out here. And then, of course, you got white people that's like, you guys get reparations. Nah, never. We're not doing that. We don't owe you anything. This is America. I got Irish and Scottish ancestry. They were both slaves. I'm not looking for reparations. My ancestors, they pulled themselves up by their bootstraps and yada, 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 and all this other type of good stuff. Crazy work. But yeah, slave masters were able to get reparations if their slaves, were injured or no longer existing. They were literally getting money, hand over foot on top of, whatever it is that they were making on that farm, plantation, whatever. Right. Crazy work. But yet everybody else gets reparations. But when it's time for Black Americans, the whole world is like, hold on. We're not too sure about that one. Stop trying to make yourself victims. Right. But then to further layer on top of that, again, this bill that they're trying to pass, you have people that are in office right now making sure that everybody else is able to get theirs, but they make sure to put a halt on Black people in the Black community. But people who ain't never been here, who ain't never, really given anything, never really invested, yada, 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 don't even really have a lineage here, they can sit up there and step directly in the line and they can start, getting their soup, their cheese, and their bread. I'm like, that's crazy. That is crazy. I'm like, you got working Black folks here with education. You got working Black folks here that have farms. You have working Black folks here that create businesses and so on and so on and so on. But the moment of time that they ask for a little bit of something, just a little bit of an assistance, white people are just like, oh no, stop begging. Yeah, go back to and go out there and get an education. Do this, do that. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps and and all this other crazy work. But like I said, a lot of people want to say that we're all American, supposedly. But to anybody that wants to look that bill directly up, it is called, the bill text is CASB 12, and it is a California Senate Bill 12, right? I went to legiscan.com in order to get that bill. And the bill was also introduced by Senator Gonzalez, right? And it's a couple of other co-author senators down there, but I ain't trying to butcher nobody's name. So yeah, like I said before, everybody can get directly into a position and do directly for their group, for their people. Nobody bats an eye. White people not batting an eye. Asian community not batting an eye. The African or the Caribbean immigrants not batting an eye. But let a Black senator have tried to do the exact same thing. Oh, it's a problem. It is a problem. It's getting called out. People going to be all over the place trying to call Black people racist and this, that, and the third for simply doing the same thing that everybody else has always done for their people. It's crazy. But like I said, if you want to look up, that bill, you can, go ahead and do that. It's crazy work, though. It is 100% crazy work. Let me see. Somebody said your Hebrews are weird. I don't even know what you're talking about. You're the only one weird one here. You said, so you don't like Al Sharpton. First of all, you asking this question sounds too close to white. I'm not even sure why you even asking me a question like that. When it pertains to, let's say, like a president of the United States, somebody in Congress and Senate who is more than likely reflective of you, then you can ask that question. If I'm specifically talking about another black individual, mind your business. I'm just gonna make it that clear. That's gonna make it that clear. Because you're clear cut in business that has nothing to do with you. Nothing at all. Nothing. Nothing. It's crazy work though. But this is, what a lot of people like to do. You said weren't reparations already paid with the Civil War? Who said that? Who told you that? Who told you that Black Americans received reparations? What? No. Like, go back and take a look at how much land Black Americans actually owned at a point in time, and then ask yourself, how did all of that land get confiscated or disappear? How did Black people lose that land? Ask yourself that question. And then further, once you ask yourself that question, then go look at the United States government and figure out and educate yourself on how it is that the United States government can confiscate land from people. And the craziest part is, when I talk about land grabs and all of these things, if I just so happen to fixate it on Black Americans and how our land was taken, people are like, you guys are crying, all this other type of stuff. Right? Don't want to see it. But then once I start talking about East Palestine, Ohio, when I start talking about like Maui and California and all these other types of places where magically these weather phenomena, as they like to call it, are taking place, yeah. But like I said, y'all ain't gonna see it. Just wait. Y'all don't understand that. Y'all understand fat meat means greasy. It's cool. Wait up until every one of these 50 states in the United States has a smart city 2.0. Then you're gonna actually understand some stuff. And I ain't going to be trying to hear nobody talk about, oh man, we really got to do something. I feel like the walls are closing in. They're confiscating our firearms. They're doing this. They're doing that. Now we got these bracelets on, and the only way to access, my bank account in the city, I either got to sit up there and take this chip. I got to wear this bracelet, all this other. I ain't trying to hear it. I ain't trying to hear it, because y'all were some of the same people that were all for downloading certain apps where it allowed certain entities to ping your phone so that they can quote unquote tell who was infected and who wasn't infected. Crazy work. Like I said, people tend to forget a lot of the things that American people allow, just like the Patriot Act. But guess what? Petridge Farm remembers. Petridge Farm remembers. Crazy work. And like I said, and if people want to list that as conspiracy, go back. I talked about that app that people were allowing directly on their phones and downloading and giving the okay for them to have all of your information. Like I said, y'all so stupid. It's ridiculous out here. Y'all ain't gonna learn up until something actually hits you in the face. It is crazy work out here. Crazy work out here. First of all, you wouldn't even know what a black business is, because more than likely you've never been in a black area. If all you can think of is a salon and a barbershop, that vastly shows your ignorance and your racism. Just going to put that directly out there. O'Hara. But yeah, you're here. Again, you could be anywhere else in the world, but you decided to be here with me. That puts a smile on my face. You didn't want to go to Fox News, or you didn't want to watch anything going on with Trump. You decided to come right here. That's crazy work. That is crazy work. Let me see. Cheeky Girl said, Kevin, what are you talking about? I don't even wait. What Kevin you talking about? Oh, you talking about that random dude up there? Yeah. Let me see. What else we got? We got Gail in the building. What is up? What is up? What is up? What is up? Gail is in the building. Let me see. What else we got? Tomorrow, Rabbit. Oh yeah, Rabbit is in here. Yeah. Said peace and blessings, much love, respect, and appreciation. Red said, if you're human, you have hate. I mean, well, the funny part is, if I go by America, I'm not considered human. I'm considered less than. So hate doesn't actually exist within me, right? Because only humans have the capability to hate. So it's crazy work. That is crazy work. You said so basically everything is racist and you will never be content no matter how many things you are given. O'Hara, how was America taken? Just because you said like everything was like given to like black people, just looking at your generalization here. How was did the natives give America over, or was it taken and stolen? Were war tactics used, such as chemical warfare? Let me know, O'Hara. Let me know. That sounds like Miguel O'Hara, aka Spider-Man 2099. And that dude has some underlying racist tendencies, but I'll leave that where it is. You know. Let me see. Which you said it was T Arca. Okay, I got you. T Arca. Hopefully I pronounced it right with that breakdown. Because I'm catching that a little bit later. It's about like 409, and you wrote that at like 341 because I was, pretty much in the zone at the moment. Let me see. Kristen Nielsen said, "Oh yeah, Trump and Elon are definitely going to pay reparations." Who said that they were? Who said that they were? Like, this is how I know that people are stupid, because I can clearly talk about both the Democrats and Republicans both being negative, and somehow some idiot will roll directly up here. It's like, oh, well, obviously, you don't like the Democrats, but yeah, Trump and Elon, of course, they're going to sit up and give you reparations. Right? Nobody said that. Why are you being stupid? Why are you literally pulling up to the scene being stupid, showcasing your ignorance at this moment in time? How stupid you are is that you don't even realize that no matter what party is direct that you happen to vote for, they don't care about you. They don't care about you. A lot of your white farmers, soon enough, depending on what takes place over the years, their land may get confiscated. It may just be owned. They won't even have the land that was in their generations and yada, yada, yada. Corporations are going to sit up there and own that. But like I said, you want to pull up to the scene and you want to act dumb, but no problem. No problem. Like, that's some crazy work out there. Let me see. Yo, Tim, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is up? Yes, reparations. Yeah, I don't even know what you're talking about. DSA one, what is up? What is up? What is up? Let me see. Yeah, I don't even know who that is. We got. Let me see. Dependent. Let me see. Yo, what happened? Where is the stream? Likes outnumbered. New agency for them, but nothing for us. Yeah. Immigrants deported, help black people. Yo, Namor X, what is up? What is up? What is up? Keziah, what is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. We got Jedi Sage in the building. Mexicans leave out. They assassinated the first black president. I think I might have talked about that. I might have potentially covered that. We got Ben in the building. What is up? We got RY. We got Ty in the building. Black Americans, we need to stop this. This is why the Democrat Party will lose again. Well, Ms. Henderson, you said, nah, Black Americans, we need to stop this ish right now. This is why the Democrat Party will lose again. For Ms. Henderson, let me just respectfully say this. The Democrats don't care. The Republicans don't care. In general, the United States government does not care, historically speaking, factually speaking, of information that anybody can just so happen to look up. Look up the treatment in general of what black people have faced historically in the United States, and tell me which one of these parties, of all honesty, 100% care about black Americans continuously. Because somehow, some way, both Democrats and Republicans, the government as a whole, have been gaining money, right, directly off of supporting the oppression of the Black Americans directly out here, the burning of our towns and our cities, right? The bombings that have taken place, right? The assassinations that have taken place, right? Disassembling a lot of our groups that were directly out there that weren't harming anybody. Like, case in point, if you talk to white people right now and you mention the Black Panther Party, they're like, oh, that was a terrorist group. That was this. They were against whites, and it was a hate group. And, right? That's what they will sit up there and say, because they don't know no better. They've been miseducated as long as they've been here, and they refuse to actually learn anything different. Because learning things different would then obviously mean that number one, they got to admit that they were wrong. And number two, it would further prove that they were ignorant this whole time and being misled by their own people. And again, those are things that they're not going to admit to. They're not going to do that. It's crazy work, though. Let me see. Somebody said Trump is good. He said, are you going to address my question? I don't even know what question you even had. Namor said, as Malcolm X told us, the pale Democrat is the real devil. RY said, but some forget that the Homestead Act helped the white immigrants who came here during that time and got land and helped their farmers. Yep. That's another reason why they're pushing this interracial BS. It will never be just us again. You can't get your people out of that. You know what the funny thing is? Somebody, talking about, pushing the whole, interracial thing. Let me see. Can I actually put that? Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think I might be able to post this directly up here. Right. Talking about the whole thing of interracial. Right. So this is one of the main things that is spinning on Twitter right now, right? So everybody remember, Jonathan Majors was with the white girl, right? You see the video of Jonathan Majors sitting up there running directly from her and all this, like literally a black man running from a white woman, right? No problem. So then somehow, some way, they ended up getting some type of thing was like, oh yeah, he did this, that, and the third, directly to her, right? So after he was gone from Hollywood, his career was, pretty much gone, right? Because he was going to be king. And he also just came off of the heels of doing the Rocky, Rocky 3. And now he's, doing some lighter films. He just got done with not even just done. The film that he did, I think, was from a previous year or so. But because of the fact of all the litigation that was going on, they didn't want to release that film up until everything was clear, right? So everything is clear. Everybody loves that film. They're like, yo, he's a great actor. We're waiting for him to, start back into the movie scene, into these roles and yada, yada, yada. I think he's like engaged or married to, making good at this moment in time. Everything is going good in that relationship. Michael B. Jordan is like, yeah, that's my brother. I want to sit up there and work on, Creed 4. Can't wait to have him back. You had other celebrities in Hollywood be like, yeah, welcome back. Jonathan Majors, all this other type of stuff. And here we have supernaturally Rolling Stone come directly out of the blue. Right now, they could have released any of this audio during the main stint of everything that was going on, but they opted not to sit up there and do it. They waited specifically for the ghost to be clear, for when everything cooled down, so that they could decide to sit up there and drop whatever audio and try to, use that in a certain type of way. And I'm like, nobody finds that suspicious. I'm at the point I don't even care. I listen to the audio. I'm not even caring. I'm really I just don't care, because the only thing that I'm seeing is that you have these white-owned corporations that are deliberately doing the work on trying to specifically target and sabotage a black man directly out here. And again, that goes back to the effect of what some people would just so happen to say is, things happen behind the scenes where, certain people don't do certain things. And because you don't decide to do those things, they're going to decide to hurt or hinder your name in a certain type of way. And that's what they do. Because more times than not, you will just so happen to see black men be the poster child for a lot of things, when black men don't even make up a large swath a large majority of people when it deals with the United States, right? And I've sat up there and showcased a lot of white male celebrities who have done things such as Hugh Hefner with people being, really not of age, dealing with a Playboy mansion. I showcased the fact of the older Playboy bunnies from, back during the black and white times. And I specifically asked people, I'm like, yo, how would you be able to tell me what the ages of these women are? Because if you are to look at women who are, 60s and 70s, right, they're going to, look of that time, right? They're going to, supposedly look in their 20s or their 30s. But people tend to forget, dealing with that Playboy mansion and dealing with the rules and laws of certain times, you have people that were able to squeeze directly through, and they were able to dress up and they were able to work there. But white America doesn't want to talk about that. White America doesn't want to sit up there and talk about Elvis. They don't want to talk about Guns N' Roses. They don't want to talk about Aerosmith and many of the others directly out there. What was the other dude? Roman Polanski. America doesn't want to talk about that. Woody Allen. America really doesn't want to talk about that. Jerry Seinfeld and him pulling up to the scene at a high school in the 90s and picking up his date. Crazy work. Crazy work. Right? And that's problematic. Right? But you don't really see the mainstream trying to highlight that and showcase that. But if it just so happens to details a black man that is coming directly up, getting a little bit of money, getting some fame, getting some celebrity, oh yeah, we're going to have to, either get him in, or if he doesn't want to do what it is that we want him to do, we're going to have to show him what it is, one way or another. Right? It's sort of like the same thing of what white America did to Muhammad Ali when it dealt with the Vietnam War, where they decided that they wanted to shut him up because he has a lot of celebrity, he has a voice, and everything of that effect. And they didn't want him specifically speaking out and trying to stop the efforts of America trying to get more black men into the Vietnam War. Right. And we all know, for all intents and purposes, with historical accuracy, that just shouldn't have happened. The Vietnam thing just shouldn't have happened. White people, you guys lost dreadfully, horribly. That is a major L, of which, for whatever reason, doesn't seem to get taught about enough. People don't really want to highlight that. Right. But, like I said, things happen. But just like how they tried to do the same thing with Muhammad Ali and get him to happen to shut up, the same thing that they tried to do to Michael Jackson and tried to get him to shut up. And then he later on told people like, hey, I own this much of Sony. If I leave, I'm leaving with half, if not more, of Sony. Sony was like, no, we're not about to have you do that. No. We're about to get you out of here. We're going to get you out of here real quick, real fast, with no problems. And they did that. Right? There's a multitude of black celebrities that they've literally done this to, some way, somehow, just to try to tarnish their name, so much so to devalue, in a sense, their worth. But like I said, it's just, conspiracy, just conspiracy. Rusty said the bots are definitely out. Yeah, they are. What's good from straight from Memphis? Not much, man. Just sitting up here doing this live stream, talking to the folks. We got brother Exile in the building. What is up? We got Queen Shea. What is up? What is going on? You said, Ronnie said, if we let them control us again like that, it's our problem. It'd be like that. But, we'll see what happens. Brian said, taken and stolen. Yeah. D Money said, yo, what's up? You said, literally every system in America was built off of racism, from the credit system to the interstate. That's facts. 100%. You said that's not true. It's clearly one party is trying to help while the other is literally drowning you. No, again, show me at a point in time at 100% where any of the parties have been just let me help you out, because I know some people get color struck when you say black people, white people. So let me just help you out in general, right? For anybody directly out there, right? Because some of y'all are older than me. Let me know at any point in time in American history where the United States government has actually cared about the people. I'll wait. Let me know at a point in time when they actually cared. Because again, we can just go by the money. It's not even backed by gold. It's not backed by anything of worth, any precious materials. This is why they were trying to, supposedly come up with this $1 trillion coin or whatever it was at a point in time, or however, somebody put that up there. Like I said, it's crazy work. We are in debt on debt on debt on debt. And there's no silver lining directly in that. And we're just still compiling debt in the United States at this moment in time. And again, that debt is, for all intents and purposes, it's not because of Black Americans. And no, you can be as racist as you want to be. You can't fix your face and try to say that the trillions of dollars worth of debt that we got in the United States was made by Black Americans. That's all white people. From all of the wars, from all of the mismanagement, from all of the money laundering that you guys have committed to all of this time since you've been in power. But yet, for whatever reason, nobody actually wants to address that problem, especially white people. Y'all never want to address what the real problem is, which is you. Right? Every single time you get your hands directly on something, you mess it up or it dies. Like there's no other way to sit up there and put it. Like it's either one of the two choices. America has been mismanaged for the longest time possible, and it's by your own hands, literally. From all through the checks and balances, Congress, Senate, whatever, from the presidents to the mayors and all these other types of folks directly out there. You guys have mismanaged America, and you guys have thrown us all directly into debt. And now everybody has to pay for your mistakes, which is crazy. It seems that you guys can never fix your own mistakes. Like all of the debt, I'm trying to figure out why is that all of the white people in America can't fix that problem. Trillions of dollars, and y'all voted for these people? Crazy work. That's massively insane. On top of the fact that this is the same government that allows the health system to treat you guys poorly. In some instances, you can't even get the proper insurance that you need to, get cancer treatment. Or whatever, other, health treatments that you just may need. They'll be like, oh, well, it's not covered in this plan. You spent 50 grand, directly on this plan. You just ended up with this type of, I'm sorry, we don't cover that. That's just one of the, many hundreds of cancers that we just don't cover. We cover this one specific cancer in this one specific area of the body when, it progresses at this certain point in time. We'll cover that one. But, all the rest of those 99.9% of cancers, we don't cover that. We can't do anything about that. And then y'all will have those problems, but still be racist enough to be like, you know what? Everything going on in America is Black people's fault. Still want to be racist enough to try to blame the Black community or try to fixate the Black community. Crazy work. It's diabolical. Let me tell you. RY said, I have to get back to work. Love you and have a great day, everyone. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation. And thank you for coming through to the live stream. Much love, respect, and appreciation. What was it? Dev Banks said they went blank on. Oh, yeah, that was another one, too. Thank you, Dev Banks, for that. What was it? Ezra Miller? Yeah. That dude was all over the place. He was a part of a very nice community of people, a very great group of folks. That's aka the Flash, right? And the media is not they never treated Ezra Miller like Jonathan Majors. And I literally have footage of Ezra Miller sitting up there doing things to women. That's some crazy work. Like this dude was sitting up there what was it? What was the girl? Was she Native American or whatever it was? She was 18, and this dude supposedly brainwashed her. He was in a car with this other woman, and they were driving with another adult in the back seat, and this girl looked completely out of it. Like she was really brainwashed. It was almost looking like a cult. other videos where Israel Miller was going to bars or DUIs, going to Hawaii, throwing chairs and doing stuff to women. Crazy work. But yet the media loved him. They never at any point in time treated Israel Miller like Jonathan Majors. But yeah, they're trying to say that Jonathan Majors is problematic. He's this, he's that, and all this other. It's some crazy work. It's sort of like what y'all did with Johnny Depp. And for all intents and purposes, Johnny Depp is a white man. And then they were treating Amber Heard like she was just America's sweetheart. I'm like, brother, like this woman was literally bringing men like Elon Musk directly into the house. What? And you're trying to sit up there and act like she's like innocent. My dog stepped on the beat. Crazy work. Crazy. The best acting that she did was during that trial. The best acting at any moment in time that Amber Heard did was during that trial. Let me tell you, that was her best acting. She never needed an acting coach for that. And still to this day, white women are eating that up. It was like, yes, we know she got railroaded, and we know that Amber Heard is innocent. We know that Johnny Depp did everything that she said. And crazy work. Crazy work. And they were pushing that through the ringer. But still, after all of that, Johnny Depp was finally able to get some breathing room and just do some other things, right? He got a commercial, Sabotage or whatever the cologne was. He had that commercial during a portion of the year, 1, 2, maybe like 3, depending on the fragrance or the scent. And then, he's doing, I guess, like some music or something like that. But yeah, it's some crazy work directly out there, how things will transpire and take place. And it further shows how Hollywood is controlled, because you didn't have a lot of people trying to show up for Johnny Depp. Once everything was said and done and Johnny Depp was done with the whole thing and he was free, you didn't. Where were all of those people in Hollywood at? Oh, that's right. They can't show their face and really talk about Johnny Depp because they all turned their back directly on him. You might have had 1, maybe 2, but pretty much 99.9% of Hollywood that was normally around and always spoke highly and with Johnny, they all turned their backs on him. That's some crazy work. But like I said, that shows you how, Hollywood and a lot of these other places are controlled. And if they can't control you, they'll do certain things to, let you know who is the boss and to put you in a certain type of line. Right? See what else we got. You said the same. You said Will and you're talking about Bill Cosby. Yeah. Bill Cosby was going to buy channel. Well, I'm talking about from Detroit, Channel 4 or WDIV or NBC, whatever. At one point in time, I think he tried to do that twice. And even when he had the money and the backing to do it, they were like, no, we're not going to sell this to you. We'll sell this to anybody else. We're not selling it to you. And that was because he's a black man. They don't want to give that type of power over to a black man because they saw what it was vision wise that he was trying to do. Like case in point, look at the Cosby shows. That is a pivotal show here, especially when it deals with Black Americans, and how it is that it was a show that was highly popular, not only just in the Black community, but everywhere else. So much so that this dude was like, hey, we got pudding pops and all this other type of stuff and yada, 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 right? Because it showcased a Black family that was educated, that was well-versed, that articulated themselves well, and nothing had to do with crime. It didn't have to do with drugs and all this other type of stuff. But then also from that, we had A Different World, which again was another positive show, right? And that was supposed to be the show for Lisa Monet, right? But then, some things transpired and whatnot or whatever, and it evolved. Different World evolved into, what it is, right? So the main thing that I'm trying to get through to a lot of people dealing with the whole Cosby situation is that they don't want, if they know that Black people have the intention of trying to sell a product that is decent and good, and that will actually empower Black people, that will have them think differently, and not only just them thinking differently about themselves, but the world thinking differently, right, about Black people, they're not going to sit up there and do it. they're going to make sure to derail that and do anything necessary in order to tarnish and devalue anything of worth that is there. Right? That's exactly what they're going to do. Let me see. We got some trolls directly in there. Just going to hit you with that button real quick because I don't feel like seeing those comments. What else we got? How many concurrent streams do you have? Oh, I don't know. You can tell me. I don't know. What was it? Prince said, aka, oh yeah, what is up, brother? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. Oh yeah. And you said they sent in Hannibal Buress. Yeah, and I want people to pay attention. Hannibal Buress was never funny. The height of his career came in because during the time he decided to be the only comedian, black, that wanted to, and to start really going in and making jokes about Cosby. That's how he got famous. You got a weird looking black dude who is barely a comedian, who decided to go in on Bill Cosby when nobody else would. That's what his fame is built off of. And notice, where is Hannibal Buress right now? Nowhere. Nobody's talking about him. Nobody's, his comedy special. This. No, nobody's talking about that dude. Like I said before, how you make your career is how you're going to end up. So ain't nobody talking about Cosby. Ain't nobody talking about Hannibal Buress. Right? Maybe once they start bringing Cosby's name back up in mainstream media, then you'll start seeing Hannibal Buress pop his weird self back up and start talking again. Like I said, it's crazy work directly out here, but it is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. And I also went over, a lot of that stuff dealing with Cosby and whatnot, but that was like way earlier on. I want to say that should have been circa 2022 maybe? 2022, I think, when I potentially, went over some of that stuff. And one of the girls that was like an accuser and all this other, like, it was some crazy stuff. And I'm like, nobody paid attention to this. And I think during that time, another person that used to always show up, you had Gloria Albright. Whenever it deals with these situations and high profile, what's the name? She always shows up, especially if it's somebody black. That woman is always there. Always there. She is like a shadow at 12 o'clock. That woman is there. Oh yeah. You talking about Sandusky? Yeah. Darnell Henderson said, remember Penn State? Yeah. Ashton Kutcher was there. Ashton Kutcher and a few other celebrities were going to bat directly for that coach. And then once everything came out, everybody shut up. So then, right, that happened. And then Ashton Kutcher, the exact same person, decided that he wanted to say something for Daniel Masterson, who was the other guy off of That 70s Show. Right, because that was their friend and all this other type of stuff and yada yada. Like I said, birds of a feather. That's the best I got. That's the best that I got for people. Birds of a feather. Because I'm like, how do you do this twice? I'm like, you were wrong the first time, and then you got quote unquote your friend, of which you worked with, right, coworker, whatever you want to call it, and y'all decide to write a letter on his behalf, all for him to sit up there and get convicted of what it was that people said that he did, because he did it. That's crazy. Matter of fact, let me see something real quick. Let me see how much time is he serving right now. Let's see, Daniel Masterson. Is he still serving? Back in 2024. He decided to go for a pill. The former 70s Show actor Danny Masterson, who is serving a 30-year sentence to life in prison, is seeking to overturn. So he is still locked up at this moment. It's crazy work. Yep, that story was back from December 19th of 2024, when he went to appeal that conviction for quote unquote fundamental flaws. Some crazy work there, buddy. Crazy work, but be like that. Be like that. Don't feel sorry for him. Don't feel sorry for him at all. Mm-mm-mm. Rusty said the most unfunny brother in the world. Yeah, that's facts. You said also being Eric Andre's couch guy. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. Yeah, Eric Andre. Yeah, that's that with that biracial dude, I think it is. And he had the show, I think, wasn't that on Cartoon Network? I think it was on Cartoon Network or was it on Comedy Central. I forgot. I forgot which television station that it was on, but yeah, I know what you're talking about. Like I said, nobody in the black community is a Hannibal Buress. Matter of fact, let me see what this dude is doing. Right? Let me look up Hannibal Buress. Let's look that up, shall we? Hannibal Buress. Right. Dave Chappelle doing a show at Hannibal Buress's new club, Isola in Brooklyn. No, like I said, nobody really knows who this dude is. I'm just gonna be real. I'm just gonna be real. And the crazy part is when I look at this dude, and I don't usually try to be that guy. I look at this dude, I'm like, he be dating white girls. I'm sitting there, I'm looking at this dude, I'm looking at the pictures and I'm like, he be dating white girls. I'm like, yep. Nope, can't do it. D Money said, I think it was Cartoon Network. Yeah, I thought it probably was too, because Cartoon Network was going through like a weird phase. Rusty said, I was just going to bring up the Danny Masterson. They all knew he was a creep. Yeah, they probably did, but they decided to hide their friends or specifically what it is that they just so happen to do. Sham said, Ashton Kutcher been at Diddy parties. Oh yeah. I gotta did I showcase that in the video? Yeah, I think I did. I showcased quite a few photos. I made like a collage of the celebrities who have been to a lot of, those quote unquote Diddy parties and, and all of those things and whatnot. Oddly enough, there was one photo where somebody's face was blurred out. And I'm like, I wonder why was her, and it was a white woman. I'm like, why is your face blurred? I'm like, that's a little bit weird. I'm like, I would love to actually, see who that was. Because I can tell you it wasn't Paris Hilton. Because you can clearly, see her, especially back in like the 2000s. Oh yeah. Like in the 2000s, everybody was at Diddy's party. That's where everybody wanted to go. As soon as, Diddy was throwing a party, everybody in Hollywood wanted to show up there. Because that was just the quote unquote the place to be. And I would still sit up there and look, because at one of those photos that I got up there, I'm like, you got like this 30-foot bed directly up in there. I'm like, bro, what is that even for? I'm like, what y'all doing out here? Y'all some freaks. It's like a 30-foot bed with like white sheets. I'm like, I know what that's for. Y'all about to get down. It's gonna be a lot of secret videos recorded that day. Let me tell you something. Let me see. Ty said Hannibal surrounds himself with white people. Yeah. Ty said he always used to brag about his girlfriend being white. Dude, I didn't even know he even had a white girlfriend, but I could just sit up there and tell you automatically just looking at his face. Just looking at the way that dude was sitting up there. It was there. I could have bet $100 I would have won me some money. Rusty said Hannibal Buress looks like he dates anime AI in those VR rooms. Yeah, he probably do. He probably be in VR chat. Sitting up there trying to talk to the anime girls who end up being white dudes. Yeah. He'd probably be up there. But let's go to the next video directly up there. Let's go to the next one.
Just 5 Black Americans buried in Arlington National Cemetery that the White House no longer cares for you to know about. Arlington National Cemetery is 639 acres and over 400,000 people are buried here. That's soldiers, that's family dependents, and even foreign nationals. This is one of the most badass Black American soldiers that you've never heard of. He's one of the first Black pilots in the United States military. He was one of the last living Tuskegee Airmen. He had 409 combat missions in World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. Who am I talking about? The badass general, Charles McGee. General Charles Young was a West Point graduate and the first honorary member of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated. Now, I said general, but if you look at his tombstone, it actually says colonel. And here's why. See, World War I broke out, and white officers did not want to have a black commanding officer, so they said that he was unfit for service. Well, Charles Young showed it. He rode his horse 497 miles from Wilberforce, Ohio to Washington, D.C., and still, they said he wasn't fit. However, in 2022, they finally made him a general.
The man, the myth, the legend, General
Brother
Colin
sort of
Powell
remind me of
was a
RZA.
soldier in the United States military for 35 years. He did 2 tours in Vietnam. He was awarded the Bronze Star and a Purple Heart. He also became the youngest and the first Black American Joint Chiefs of Staff
All right, peace
and
out,
the
Rick.
first Black American Secretary of State. They don't make him like Colin Powell anymore.
Matthew Henson did 7 polar expeditions in 23 years, but was the first person to ever actually reach the North Pole. He died in 1955 and was buried in New York, but in 1988, President Ronald Reagan made an exception to the National Cemetery's burial policies and had him and his wife reinterred right here.
He was a surgeon, a Civil War veteran. He's the first Black American hospital administrator in U.S. history, and he's the first Black American faculty member at the Howard University. Dr. Alexander Thomas Augusta went to medical school in Canada because no white medical school would accept him here. And upon completion and graduation with honors, he applied to the Army to be a surgeon, and they turned him down due to the color of his skin. So he wrote Abraham Lincoln a letter. He went to D.C. to plead his case, and the U.S. Army's board agreed to test him. And he tested off the charts, and they hired him, entering at the rank of major. And most of you don't realize we walked 7.5 miles making this video today. Now, I know I need the 7.5 miles, but I want you to remember one thing. Black history is American history and not just an epic February.
You just gonna leave me here?
Yep.
It's facts. That is facts. That was dope. That was actually dope. But like I said before, those two are a part of a few percentage of white folks directly out there that would actually take the initiative to do some research, to learn something, to, educate those directly out there about things that won't get taught specifically in a lot of history books or even acknowledged and all this other type of stuff. But, it is what it is. It's crazy work, though. But again, shout out to those guys. So dope. Let's go to the next video.
This store influenced Ralph Lauren to create a whole new clothing line. The store is called Bobby from Boston, and it was founded by menswear fashion legend Bobby Garnett. Bobby specializes in vintage Americana Ivy-style menswear, with Bobby Garnett's first store opening in the 70s. Bobby and his team would travel all over Europe to source their inventory and curate their store. And at some point, back when Ralph Lauren only specialized in suits and tailoring, he turned to Bobby for inspiration. Some of the best-known Americana-style garments by Ralph Lauren were influenced by Bobby's store curations. And we probably wouldn't even have Double RL if it wasn't for Bobby Garnett. Unfortunately, not long after Garnett's passing, the store in Boston closed its doors, but their warehouse sales can still be found in Lynn, Massachusetts. I believe heritage clothing is making a comeback, and Bobby Garnett has lots of impact on it to this day. What do you think?
That's actually dope. That was something I didn't know anything about. I didn't know that a black man basically had that cultural effect when it dealt with Ralph Lauren's clothes. Because whenever you think about Ralph Lauren or Ralph Lauren, you don't think black. You don't think about anything culture. You don't think about an effect. You just think about a white dude that, again, as the other guy said, he was originally into suits. Like I said, shout out to Black Americans. Because a lot of people like to say that, oh, Black Americans, you guys don't have, an effect on anything on fashion and whatnot or whatever. We make our own stuff. Okay, yeah. Ralph Lauren originally was into suits and ties. That was it. That was it. It was almost like Men's Warehouse. That's all he knew. It took for somebody else who just so happened to be black in order to add a flair, in order to add something different directly in there. And this is why you got the styles of Ralph Lauren that you have at this moment in time. Yeah. You're not going to hear about stuff like that in history books. Let me tell you. Because no matter what facet of society Black Americans are directly in, you're going to have people that are going to opt to get away or not acknowledge the effect or the contributions that Black Americans, have given, which is crazy to me. Again, because we're all supposed to be quote unquote American, and we're not supposed to be focused on color and all this other type of stuff. But this is why we got to focus on quote unquote color, because we are always written out of every single facet of society. It's crazy work. Crazy work. Let me see. We did that one. Which one? Okay, so we got a few longer videos here, right? Wait, let me see. Which one's this?
I don't want to hear any shit about my shower.
Okay. Do I want to save that for last? Nah. I'll just do that one right now. Right? All right. So this was just a break up the stuff. So this one is a little bit of a different video. So this is a woman's bathroom, right? You're gonna end up hearing her kids directly in the back, and that's what her stall looks like. That's what the shower looks like, right? And I have never seen a shower that looks like that. That shower is actually darker than me. It's just like, that is insane. Like, I'm talking about the floor. Like, that bad boy is darker than me. It realistically looks like somebody made that out of a porta potty, put like a little knob directly on there, and then probably added a water hose up top for the water effect. But we're gonna, go directly into this, and yeah.
I don't want to hear any shit about my shower, but we just moved into this house and they had, obviously really hard water. And I have tried everything. You can see down there where I tried to scrub it with bleach, and it was just taking so long because I hate scrubbing. But I just went to Lowe's and I got this Zep acidic toilet bowl cleaner. I just use it on my toilet and my sink, so now I'm going to try it on my shower. And it instantly works. Look at it. I don't have to scrub. This is so nice.
But just pay attention.
Try it right here now. You can see it almost instantaneously. You see it? I don't have to get on my hands and knees and scrub. I have really bad heart condition, so I can't really do much as far as scrubbing or getting on my hands and knees and doing hard stuff like this. So this is a game changer. Shit, I should have taken the soaps out. Oops. But come on. This is insane. It literally is making my shower
Her shower was actually white. That's crazy.
I didn't even know if the shower was white, to be honest with you.
You didn't know.
Because look how dirty it is. But look! My lord!
Now just watch.
Ugh. Oh shit, I should have done the other one.
I've never seen this before.
But, hold on. Okay, now I'm just going to take the toilet brush with the cleaner on it already, and I'm just going to show you.
Never in all of my days of cleaning a bathroom, ever in my life, have I ever taken a toilet brush and decided to start cleaning my shower stall. I've never, and again, I'm a guy. Guys, we do a lot of things. Sometimes we can be, lazy in certain extents. I've never been to the point in time that I used what is for the toilet in order to help me clean my shower. This is Jesus. This is why Thanos snapped away half of the universe right here. And she got kids? Buddy. Oh my God. Let's keep going.
Spread it all around. Make sure it gets evenly coated wherever you want it to come off. But look at it already. It literally is eating away at the hard water. Even down here, you just spread it around. Make sure it's evenly coating everything.
It didn't take. Hold on. Let me just go back. How is it possible? I almost want to know what. Let me see if I can pull that back. Look at those soap bottles. How is it possible that those soap bottles are looking like they are camouflaging with the background and the floor? I've never seen soap bottles that actually match the color of somebody's. That is what are we doing here? I need to know what are the actual colors of those soap bottles and how long. Well, technically that's not soap. That's more than likely just shampoo. I need to know what the actual color of those shampoo bottles are and how long they've been sitting there, because those bottles look like they have never been moved. They look like they have never been moved. I'm pretty sure that if you were to lift those bottles up, you can probably find a nice white circle directly under those bottles because they've been sitting there that long. That is crazy. You would have thought that somebody dyed their hair real quick and figured that they messed up, and then they decided to just, rinse their hair directly in that stall. Let's keep going.
Everything. And then you just let it sit for, I don't know, a couple minutes. Honestly, it worked instant. I should have taken the soaps out. Make sure you spread it all around. And boom. I want to make sure it touches everything. I am so excited. But yeah, wherever you can get Zep products, the professional grade, buy it. Look at my oh my god. Buy it.
So that lady said that originally she said that she got heart problems. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that more than likely she is overweight. And more than likely, if she were to lose that weight, then she would be able to properly clean her shower. I don't think that that's too, far-fetched to actually say that, because that's crazy to me. You're like, you got a heart condition and you can't sit up there and scrub. I want people to know that we live in 2025 and you can go to Shein. Is it Shein? I don't know what a lot of these apps are. Alibaba, whatever it is, Ali or Ali. You can go to any one of these apps and you can get some motorized contraption in order to clean whatever it is that you need to clean. So for her to be that lazy and sit up there and say that she can't bend down, you don't have to do it. You can have machines do 90% plus percent of the heavy lifting. And for whatever reason, you never sat up there and did that is drastically insane. And then for you to be a mother and you're having your kids shower in that, oh, that's even more insane. That is lunacy. Dear God. I'm like, does that shower actually even get used? Because I'm trying to figure out, like, where's the water? Like, just being real, I'm like, where does the water even, come up at? Like all I'm looking at straight. Look at this. I'm looking at straight. The newest bottles that she got are the black ones. And those have to be with like shampoo and conditioner. Like, I don't see a bar of soap. I don't see no Dial. I don't see no Coast. I don't see Shield. I don't see Dove. I don't see nothing. I see big bottles of shampoo and more than likely conditioner. That's not soap. That's not soap. I just have to put that directly out there. That would be like rare times that you would sit up there and use that. Rare times that you would sit up there and use that. And that's like, all right, I ran out of, a bar of soap. The last one is, done. It was like a little thin, like transparent piece or whatever. All right, we threw that away. So I got some, some shit. All right, let me just sit up there and use that real quick so I can head out to the store and actually get some soap and then, take an actual shower. And I saw a loofah up there. I didn't really see like a washcloth. I'm just going to sit up there and note that. I understand, loofahs. I mean, loofahs, technically, like work, but I'm just saying. I don't know. I guess it's preference. I'm black. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know. I just gotta analyze and look through it. Like you. Let me go back to the. Hold on. Like, this looks like the stall. Like, this looks like the entranceway to a high class porta potty. There's no other way I can, like, that knob that they have for the hot and cold. That looks like a high class knob for a porta potty that you just open and close and lock. Like, that looks crazy. Like, I've never in my life, I've seen porta potties that look better than this. And if anybody's been in a porta potty, porta potties look terrible. Yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy work. And then if you look on the side, on the outer edges on the left side, you can see where other bottles of conditioner and shampoo were. brother, that's crazy. Oh man, that's cold blooded. Tim was like, she buys the shampoo for shower decorations. Probably so. That is crazy. I would hate to see how the rest of that bathroom looks. Somebody said no harm in giving a coat of paint. Yeah, you might as well sit up. Just throw the whole thing out. Just throw the whole thing out and just order something new. That don't look like it costs that much. It really don't. It really don't. It just looks like a piece of plastic. Looking at the inside, like the interior and how that light is shining through. Yeah, that's not That don't cost a lot. That don't cost a lot. I feel like the most expensive thing is the bottle of shampoo and the conditioner. That is there. The second oldest bottle out of the ones that were directly on the side is to the right hand corner. That last bottle, what is that? What is that, like Head and Shoulders or something like that? They got to be I know that color, but it got to be like Head and Shoulders because it's like a deep dark blue or something like that. But yeah, I look crazy. That is crazy, dear Lord. Yeah, I don't know how you can even stand in a stall like that. I'm just gonna be real. You might as well be taking baths at the sink. I'm just gonna be real. I was gonna list what that. I was gonna at first say what that bath is actually called, but I was like, yeah, I ain't gonna do that. But yeah, you might as well be taking a bath directly at the sink. Like that's crazy. That's some crazy. Like just imagine if you slipped and fell and you cut yourself. Oh, it's over. Whatever part of the body that had cut, you might as well amputate that. It's over. It is curtains. Some form of bacteria is going to be eating that up like you've never seen before. Like it is that is a ticking time bomb right there. Let me tell you, you better not have no cuts in your feet. It is going to be curtains there. That is crazy, dear Lord. You need some industrial strength, whatever, to sit up there and clean that. Like that's a lot different from hard water and soap scum. That's a lot different, right? That is and said, like I said before, I didn't clean bathrooms before. I didn't clean showers before. I ain't never cleaned nothing like that. I've never in my life. I've even seen mold, which is normal. And you can easily, get rid of that, throw some CLR, Ajax or bleach, whatever it is, and do a little scrub and wash it out. It's gone. Right. That right there, that is crazy. That's some crazy work though. But that's where we are. That is where we are. That is diabolical. Diabolical. But now we're going to get right back to the United States government. Away from taking that break, we're going to go back to the United States government and see what this black brother has to state.
Being called racist in here. You hate when we use the word racist. You hate being attacked. You hate when we bring up race and everything. But then when we have an opportunity to show that we're not racist, you let me down every time. Every time.
Every time.
And I sit here and we talk about our families. We talk about our kids. We go on trips together. And then we talk about not using our state dollars to go to white supremacy programs. And then we table it. You want to talk about some stuff? Let's talk about how they just took almost $7 million from the College of Charleston because they want to help black kids. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about all the amendments that are in the state budget right now to defund all the black programs that are going across the state. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about AP African American Studies that was banned from this state. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about the attacks that you got going on people who don't look like you. Let's talk about it. Why do we continuously do this to our kids? What is it that you're doing? What are you showing your kids? That public funds can go to white supremacy programs? We just had an issue at USC where all those kids felt scared. Matter of fact, we just had the Patriot Front on our steps last week. What are we doing here? Tell me what we're doing. Don't try to explain to me, well, I thought it was this, or nah, it's that. Nah, Jermaine, we want to see equality. We give you an opportunity every single time. And here we go again. I was in the back. I was ready to go just like y'all are. But here we go. Every single time you get an opportunity to show us something different, you show us who you are.
Bars. Right? And he said that in front of other people who are, of course, directly, within the government and whatnot. But my thing is, you shouldn't be surprised. You work with these people, as you said before. Y'all go on trips together. All this, you already know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is. It's business, brother. It's business. At the end of the day, it's business, and they are in the business for themselves. They are in the business to protect, um, their own people, to do for self, to do for them. There's no reason that you should be directly on that floor. Like I said, I get it. I get what he's saying. It's like, we're all in this, quote unquote together and yada 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 and da 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 da. I'm like, dog, at the end of the day, they don't care about you. They don't even care about your kids at all. They don't care about your community. They don't care about your kids. Nothing like that. But yet, here we are. You sitting up here, crying and trying to make a case and plead directly with them, and they don't care. Like, you're gonna have people just like walking by. They're probably gonna be having side conversations, not even really paying attention, while you are dead set and serious about everything that you're saying. And this is one of the things that I've stated before over time, especially with doing a lot of content, that Black people have to stop giving over energy freely. And a lot of these people are master manipulators. They know how to deceive, they know how to trick. So no matter which way they go, they know how to get energy specifically, or better yet, siphon energy specifically, from Black people, right? So they can decide, oh, well, I'm gonna do be nice to them, and I'm gonna, what kind of favor, I'm gonna do all that thing, right? So we give them energy that way. Or then in the other instance, we'll give them even more energy because they're showing a certain type of mentality, right? They're being ignorant. They're being, bigoted. They're showing, a lot of discrimination and racism directly out here by way of the system that they empower, right? That they have ownership directly over. So no matter which way you sit up there, look, we're consistently giving them energy. But who is it that we're not giving energy to? Ourselves. And when it is that we have moments in time, you can, even if some of you guys have been on Twitter, Black Americans, the moment in time that we happen to give energy to ourselves and we start reserving and pulling back energy, this is when everybody else starts getting an uproar. They start having problems. They really start pushing a lot of different narratives in order to try to get Black people mad and angry on social media, because they're looking for that energy. They're looking for that engagement. They're looking for that time. They're looking for that attention. And when you start to starve a lot of these people of the very thing that they want, or quote unquote slash need, you'll see exactly who a lot of these people are. You'll see to what ends, to what lengths they'll decide to go in order to get just that. But again, him doing this on the floor, I'm like, it's not going to do nothing. It's not going to move nothing. You're not going to wave any hearts. You're not going to change any minds. They are exactly who it is that they are. You just opted not to 100% believe it or see it because, as he stated, we done sat up there and took trips and vacations and this and that. What are we doing to our kids? It's crazy work. It is, it's crazy work. But here we are, guys. Here we are. Trying to see if I can get rid of some of the words here. It's going to be a little bit tough to actually get that out of here. I guess the video is going to be a little bit different because I'm trying to edit this. Matter of fact, I might not. You know what? I got it. I'm not even going to sit up there and do it. So let me just pull up this next video for y'all real quick. Dealing with the in a sense with this and the teachings that people happen to give their kids and whatnot. Let me see if I can pull this up. It might actually take a little bit. Yeah. I'll just get rid of the captions. I'll do that. And I'll just take it as is. Because technically, if I leave, because I don't think I edited anything really. Let me see. I think I might have to pull this. I'm trying to edit the what's the name at the same time. Yeah, let me just do that long form right there so you can actually see them. See the nonsense that's taking place. Let me see how much time it's going to take. Actually, not at all. It'll be done in less than 30, way less than 30 seconds. It's at 62%. But yeah, black people gotta, put more time and energy directly into themselves. We really gotta start doing that. Derek Bailey said they're right. Energy vampires, bars, straight bars. Rabbit, what is up? What is up? You said stop having civil discussions with these people is pointless. That's true. Tim said the last African American class I made them cry over the facts that they skip over. Bars. Gail said preach. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Sham said I protested my teacher and got the class to go with me. We pushed her out for a black professor while she sat in. She was learning along with us. She admitted. That's dope. That is dope. That is 100% dope. Gail said it ain't gonna change, right? Rivers said when my daughter was in college, her African studies professor was a white woman. Yeah, and that's the craziest problem. Like, how do you have any cultural studies? So you mean to tell me that people of that, like, just to even do it like this, right? African studies, right? I would expect, right, if magically, if it's not a black American who has done the work, due diligence to study and do all this stuff, right? I would expected at least for it to be somebody who is African to, for all intents and purposes, be the professor. But how this be going, it's like, no, we're gonna have white people. Huh? How many professors has anybody ever seen doing European studies? I'm just wondering. And how many people would actually be listening to a professor if they're talking about European studies? Like I said, maybe it's just me. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. But let's go to, let me make sure I got the right vid. Oops. See, that's what I was talking about. I'm glad I did not click. Would have been all bad right there. Let me see, where did it go? Is that the browser having trouble sharing a video? How? That don't make no sense. Let me try this again. You gotta be kidding me. Right? So let me just mute that real quick, and y'all can just basically see this, right? Right? Like I said, I had to turn off the sound because they be having music and stuff basically playing. But we can clearly see what is going on here, right? And we obviously know that this is not their color. we obviously know that this is not their color. But people always want to, make it seem like black people are the ones that are racist, and we tend to focus on race the most. We don't do stuff like this. We don't be doing this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Straight clown town. Let me go back to the one dummy. Where's the dummy at? Look at that dummy. Let me look at this dummy. Look at this. 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 But yet y'all want to roll up all the time and talk about how racist black people are. We don't be sitting in groups in colleges and schools doing stuff like this. Is not what we do. We're not fixated on everybody like y'all really feel like we are. Again, this ain't a part of our culture. There's only one group of people that love doing stuff like this, and it ain't black Americans. It is not us. Like I said, the crap people be sitting up here. This is crazy. Crazy work. Crazy work. Crazy work. And like I said, a lot of these them white boys that you saw there, they would be the sons, right, and family members of a lot of people, let's say in Senate, Congress, the judges, the police officers. Because like I said before, even Trudeau, you saw him doing blackface before too. They got pictures of him sitting up there doing that, and many other people, because they think it's funny. Shout out to Christy Allen and her parents, who got in that car accident. Crazy work. Crazy work. And she literally told that story. And I made sure to put that in the video for you guys a year or so ago, when she was literally laughing about her parents going to this Halloween party and all this other type of crazy work. Crazy work. Shout out to Christy Allen though. But it'd be like that. It'd be like that. So the next story that we're going to go into, I'm going to give you a little bit of a refresher before we head directly into the video. So this is from a female celebrity, and she's going to explain how it is that she is living in her car at this moment in time, and then we're going to go from that into what her ex-husband has to state, right?
You guys, for the past almost 3 years, I have been living in my car. I said it. Oh my God, it's out. I've been living in my car. Oh my gosh. If you remember, if you guys were with me, in 2020, I did like 105,000 interviews. And in the interim, I was living with my parents in Vegas. And that was wonderful until it wasn't. I love my mom, but she became very angry. And a lot of her anger, she was taking out on me, and I was her target all the time. And I was like, I can't deal with this. Like, I respect her too much. Let me get out of here. And I was sleeping in my car for maybe about a month in Vegas. And then the guy that was co-managing me at the time was living in LA, and he said, you need to come back to LA. Okay. And he said that I could stay with him. And so I was like, okay. He's like, I don't have a lot of room, but I'll make room for you. And then when I got to his place, he actually didn't have room for me. So it turned into, okay, well, I'm going to put you in a hotel for the night. And that one night turned into 8 months. Oh my God, you guys. Because every apartment that I looked at, every single time I looked at a place, I would call him and I'm like, okay, can you meet me here? I would tell him ahead of time, of course. And then he wouldn't meet me there until I would take video and send it to him. And he's like, no, oh my God, this neighborhood, I hate it. I mean, I felt like he was playing games, and I knew he was playing games, and I wasn't the one. I'm like, come on, I'm trying to make this easier on you, because financially, I know it's got to be hard. You're paying your rent and you're paying my hotel. His apartment was $1,700 a month. And then my hotel was over $3,000. So, and I was always stressed every week because he would pay weekly for the hotel. So every week I was like, oh my God, can you afford it? Are you okay? And he's like, no, I can't, but I'm getting it together. What? You're the one who said to go to the hotel, and you're not approving any.
I don't know why her hotel was $3,000 a week though. That's insane.
Just get me into an apartment. Like, what's the problem?
Yeah, I don't know what that dude was doing. That was huge money mismanagement. Now that I go back and listen to that video, for the guy, like, his rent initially, I think she said was about like $1,700. Okay, all right, that's decent. But her hotel per week was $3,000. Brother, what are you doing? Like, that is money wasted just going out of the door. That sounded like some luxury hotel somewhere. And I'm like, that don't make no sense. I'm like, why would she even be in a luxury hotel? A normal get a well-to-do normal average hotel. I'm not saying that it got to be some hole in the wall somewhere, but somewhere, where it's decent enough where that 3K, all right, that's probably going to be per month or something like that. Like, there's no reason that you should be paying $3,000 for a hotel stay per week. That is insane. That is insane. And again, this is coming from somebody who actually lived in a hotel. That is insane. Never in, like, brother, what? And for whatever reason, dude just could not, help her just get an apartment somewhere. That, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. Radio said, yeah, hotels are taking advantage of the immigration thing. They're able to run hotel prices super high because of the immigrants. They was getting money to house. I guess you could probably apply that to her situation, right? Because she's more than likely in LA. So, So Denise Rivers said, yeah, I seen her ex. He says she chooses to live in a car. Yeah, we about to get into that. We about to get in that. So we're about to go and listen to her ex-husband right now. It's a little bit of a longer one, so I'm just letting y'all know ahead of time.
Dawn for 10 years. A lot of people get it wrong because Hollywood and gossip sites and other bullshit tend to do that. Just like most everybody reporting that I'm a 2-time Grammy winner, I'm not. I only worked on 2 Grammy nominated projects. Nominated. They say I'm 49 years old. I'm not. I'm 52 years old. My group, for example, they had one hit in 1995 called I'd Rather Be Alone. It went gold after the second single and the second video came out. We broke up. And that's when I ended up signing to Babyface and Tracy Edmonds' label. But most of my credit was earned as a songwriter, writing for Jesse Powell and Will Downing and As Yet, Ricky Bell from No Edition, Montel Jordan, Stevie B, the NBA Jam Session, Big Boy from Outkast. Anyway, this isn't about me. This is about me just minding my own damn business the other day and seeing a video come up on my feed, and then a bunch of other people texting me the same video of my ex-wife, the woman that I was in love with for about 10 years of my life, telling the world that she was sleeping in her car and was homeless. That either her mother put her out or her mom was making her life miserable. And immediately I knew all of that shit was not right. I know Barbara Jean Alexander, okay? That woman is an angel. Her mother and I talked, actually, we just talked yesterday. She'd never put her out. She'd never put her daughter in the streets. There's no argument that you could have with Barbara Jean that you could ever view as aggressive or mean-spirited. So I knew something else was going on. I don't know. I scroll through and I see people talking and people ripping her apart and putting their 2 cents in. But this music industry is demonic. It takes and it takes and it takes. It uses you up until you have nothing left, and then it seeks to destroy you for the ratings. Because the people at the top, they get paid on both ends, on your way up and on your way down. So if nothing else, I just want people to look at Dawn as a human being right now. I know Jermaine Dupri seems to feel like maybe this might be a hoax that she's doing or some kind of publicity stunt. Slim Thug had a more human take on what's happening, but those are men. What I want you to understand is that this is a woman, and while we can bounce back and end up in a position like I'm in right now, I'm an executive for Hilton. I make over $500,000 a year. Not everybody can do that shit without some help. So maybe you could call it survivor's guilt or whatever the fuck you want to call it. But when I see my ex, somebody that had my heart at one point in my life struggling, I don't believe that bullshit about her wanting to do van life or, wanting to have to put a video out telling everybody that she's living in her car. I believe it was a cry for help, so I reached my hand out to help. Sad part is, I don't think she'll take it. I'd love if she did, but this industry, it twists your head up so fucking tight that the only thing that matters is the crowd's approval, and she doesn't have the crowd anymore. And she can't do anything to get that back. She don't really believe that. I know that's what all this is about, but she's struggling with something. I'm not a doctor, but I'm aware of, mental health issues. I had one at a point in my life decades ago. I had problems with my temper. I had abandonment issues from being abandoned by my mother, abused, raped, incarcerated, molested throughout my childhood, my entire childhood. But I'm a man. I bounced back and worked through my mental health issues. But what about when you're the biggest girl group since the Supremes and you're conditioned by producers, predatory fucking producers who know that they're gonna fuck you for every dime that you earn. But they feed you a bunch of hope and dreams, and you record album after album after album and never, ever, ever fucking get rich. Now you're older and the radio stations, they don't want to really play your new music. They don't want to play your music videos. They don't want nothing to do with you. You didn't get your big shot to put out your solo album, the bills start piling up, the shows start drying up, and you're getting older still. Your group kicks you out. You find another group. That group kicks you out. You finally meet the man that you want to marry, and you marry him. Then he kicks you out. But you still have dreams. And the people that come, they don't quite know how to get it done for you. So you get bitter, and you get angrier. You start to be demanding, and people look at you like, who the fuck are you to be demanding? You haven't had a hit in years. What have you done for me lately? And then you get angrier and more bitter. And then you get left alone. Because you lash out a lot. Because you started out that really sweet girl with all these dreams that were coming true, where you did the work and you did what you were supposed to do, what you were directed to do. And the money came and you didn't get any of it. Now nobody wants to work with you. What the fuck did she do wrong? No record labels want to sign you because in the meantime, Napster just happened. And people stop buying music. The fans that love you so much, they steal your music now. And then they read about you sleeping in your car. Half of these twisted fools out here and down in the comments, they're living their own psychosis. We understand that. Half of them are hoping that they hear a sad ending. The other are praying for your success. And your mind is desperately swimming in survival mode, trying to figure out how to get your head above the water so you can breathe. She's drowning, guys. She's fucking drowning. That's what I think. But that's just a human take on it. And who am I? The guy that left her, the guy that bad-mouthed her decades ago, calling her a spoiled bitch, among other things. Yeah, that's me. But at the time, I was hurt because I didn't know how to respond to her pain. You know what I mean? But I've had a long time to think about it, a lot of life to learn how to read. And I don't want people to misread her. So I know she doesn't want help from me or anybody else. I don't blame her. She needs help in ways that most people can't provide. She needs some fucking professional courtesy, some love, some empathy, a time machine. She needs a fucking job. So I hope I was able to shed a little bit of light on the struggle that's happening in this situation. So Dawn, if you're seeing this, you know, and I know you are, I'm really sorry that I was one of the many, many people who disappointed you. But don't let that keep you from digging out of this. I believe in you. I always have. I always will. And I know you can do it. So I just wanted to put this video together to put some perspective on everything. We're all just humans out here trying to make shit happen. Human shit happens to everybody. Hollywood is a illusion. Everyone that acts like they have money, they don't. We had managers renting our cars, buying our cars, putting us in rented mansions and, you know what I mean, rented clothes. We had to return the clothes after the videos. We had to buy our own Grammy Awards and buy our own gold plaques. It's all a fucking dream. It's all bullshit. But what's happening to her right now is very real. And it could end up really fucking bad. And I don't want to see that happen. So I just put this video together again. So I don't know.
So y'all heard that, right? We heard, and it says both sides. The lady from Vogue is living directly on the streets at this moment in time, and going through a very tough, hard time for a multitude of reasons. Even though I feel like the dude skipped over some things because he wanted to list the internet and Napster as like the main thing. And I'm like, yeah, no, we're not about to, just sit up there and try to, do that. Because even still right now, people are, able to get music directly offline. You might not have LimeWire, Napster, BearShare, whatever it is, but people are, able to still do that. I want to point out this one thing. I've said continuously, time and time again, how I find it very funny that when a lot of these celebrities are going broke or are broke or living on the streets, that nobody points them into the direction of how it is that they can actually get themselves out of that. Right now, at this moment in time, dealing with a newer generation, a lot of people probably aren't going to know who In Vogue is and all this other type of stuff. Right. But for all intents and purposes, her face is still, for anybody that knows the group, her face is still recognizable. Matter of fact, let me go back to the video and just highlight her real quick. Right, her face is still recognized. Like, I still remember her, from a lot of the videos and everything. She could easily, not even having to do a GoFundMe, she could start up literally a social media platform, and you have those in the older generation that will automatically start following and subscribing directly to her, and then from that she can monetize that platform and start getting something, versus 100% just like struggling and just being out there. I never hear any of these people trying to point people like this who are technically former celebrities, in the direction of social media. It's always this whole thing of like, hey, this person needs help, and never really any solutions. They'll sit up and say, I can potentially help you, I can do this, I can do that. I'm like, bro, point her into the direction of social media. Even to the extent of like not even so much so like an OF type of deal. I mean, you can still technically do it, but not in the way that I'm talking, because it's more than just what you think it is on OF. It's other things, like people are cooking and teaching and all this other type of stuff, but people don't really know OF or pay attention to it for that. But there's a multitude of platforms that she can use and go directly into to monetize herself to the point of, at least living normally. It's not going to be, her celebrity, living rich and doing all of this stuff and whatnot, but it'll be enough where she will be able to get an apartment. She won't have to, live directly on the streets in a car. And that's dangerous for a woman to do. That is very dangerous for a woman to be out there on the, like, anything can happen. I'm picturing that she's more than likely in LA. People break into cars all the time, and you don't know what those people got directly, on them. You don't know if they're going to leave after they find out that you're basically in the car or whatever it is. Like, you just never know. And again, that's a very dangerous situation to be in. Like, it's, like I said, it's crazy. It is. I don't know. I don't know, but if this is something that she specifically wants to do and she wants to live this way, I mean, you gotta let people do what it is that they want to do. But the thing I will sit up there and state is that if a woman ever actually needs help or money, there's always somebody out here in the world that will give a woman that money and that help. It's not like that for guys, but it is like that for women. Women can seemingly, like, money can fall directly out of the sky if a woman needs help, especially if she is a former celebrity, a singer. Money is there. Somebody, some way, somehow, somebody will be there with a few thousand or whatever it is to help that person get back on their feet. But I don't know. I don't know. Sham said In Vogue ain't it. Tim said, who is this again? If you look up In Vogue, you'll see her. You'll see it. Gail said that's one aspect of the internet I'm glad for. Independent artists can bypass producers and use streaming services. Yeah, they can. I always happen to bring up the instance of Tory Lanez showcasing that for the whole world to see. And after he showcased that, You never saw anybody else try to do it. You never saw anybody else try to copy the means or the method of which Tory Lane did to get away from the record companies so that they don't have to worry about getting robbed. Like, I can only, like, people don't even know, like, if he was even still alive if Michael Jackson was around at this moment in time and he, in a sense, like, understood the method of doing that or was aware of it, brother, the amount of money that Michael Jackson could sit up there and make just off of his voice alone, it probably wouldn't even have to be newer music, right? Just off of him, he could just sit up there and talk. People from all over the world, don't matter what corner of the globe, people would automatically, he would be one of the most famous people on social media when it deals with celebrities. Famous than any dignitary, any of these streamers directly out here or any other celeb. He would be by far the most and have the most subscribers and everything. Nobody else would literally come close to that man. And that's because of the effect that he brings, who it is, and how it is that a lot of people literally grew up with him. Like, for a lot of people that were born during the time of Michael Jackson, they were there when Michael Jackson was young. Like, they literally grew up with him, right? From being a child into a teenager, into a young adult, into a full adult. Like, people literally grew directly with him, right? And that's why, again, a lot of people are also attached. But yeah, this would have been, that would have been something crazy. You would have seen a transition in music that you would have never seen ever before. And, you know, on top of the fact that how these executives and these music labels have such a strong hold on the entertainment industry and these artists, again, no other artists, even right now, none of these newer artists coming up, none of them have copied that exact same blueprint that Tory Lanez created and showcased the world. Not at all. And you have to ask yourself and wonder why that is. Because if you're automatic, let's say like a SoundCloud rapper like Trippie Redd, Triple X, Juice WRLD, and all the others that were directly out there during that time, if you also coincide, if you had that exact same system in place during that time and how it was able to make money, oh yeah, a lot of people would have been just doing SoundCloud. A lot of people would have stayed directly independent and just went directly from making music by way of creator and sending it directly to, you know, the fan. And that's realistically how it should be, right? If I'm a creator of a certain type of music, I want that to go directly to the fan. I'm not trying to have no middleman. I'm not trying to have no delays and any of that. Because like I said, if you want to hear about delays and stuff like that, go look up Lupe Fiasco, and it should be, I think, what, Atlanta Records, dealing with like Lear Cohen or whatever it is. Like, yeah, it's bad. Like, those record labels is crazy. Like, one of his main albums, Lasers, was not even supposed to be out because they didn't want to release it, and it didn't get released up until the fans were making a ruckus directly about it, and they were like, all right, we'll sit up there and release it, we'll sit up there and put it out, yada yada yada, all this other type of stuff. But again, that's just one instance of, you know, one artist. But again, you know, a lot of people don't happen to know about Lupe Fiasco, so no. Nurse Rena, what is up? You said she could be a voice coach or a voice coach or a voice actor. Yeah. Yep. She could do a lot of stuff. She could 100% do a lot of stuff, even still dealing with music. But, you know, again, if whatever the record labels or the record companies say, if they want you treated like a leopard and a pariah, they will have everybody in pecking order, making sure to not go near you, not help you out at all. Because you have to ask yourself, why is it every single time when stuff like this happens to celebrities, there's never other celebrities in the music industry that come out to specifically help these people out? Like, that's crazy. That is some crazy work right there. What we got? Sham said, yeah, she needs a driver where rent is, she needs to drive to where rent is cheaper and start an online music course. Yeah, because they got Udemy. That's another platform that people can go to start up courses and whatnot. or vocal coach or even see if she can still sing, people can go to her online. Yeah. Ash said people have also been aimed at in their cars while sleeping by cops. Yeah, that's true. D Money said she was part of a group. Lucy Pearl as well. Chica Girl said it's not that easy, guys. Always want something in return. You said I've never met a guy that's given me money and didn't want something in return. So no, don't ever take money from men or anyone really. I mean, I guess. I mean, there's no other way I can sit up and say it, I guess. So I put it to you like this, right? Because you said like, guys are the main culprits when it deals with this. So I'll put it to another extent. Women, black women from all over should be coming out and helping her out. Black women should start up a GoFundMe to help this black woman out, so that she can get directly on her feet and figure some things out. You know, it's crazy. It's crazy. Hey, we got Will in the building. Yo, Will Davis, what is up, brother? What is going on, man? I ain't seen you in a minute. What is going on? What is going on? What's going on? I'm looking at a Korean name. Looks like a Korean troll, more than likely somebody that's white and probably a bot. You said, why do black women wear fake hair? Why do Asian and Korean women model themselves after black women when it deals with their music? Let me know. Because the funniest thing is, because since you want to sit up there and go there, I find it funny looking at Asian girls who don't really do things like black women when it deals with acrylics. I find it funny seeing them do all of that, even though that was considered ghetto. Even when it deals with the large gold hoop earrings, I find it weird seeing Asian women wear those, even though culturally that's not really even your type of thing. Because for the longest time possible, when it dealt with black women, that was considered ghetto. That was considered trashy. That was considered uncultured. I can just keep going because we can go through directly to the makeup. We can do with the black fishing and the tanning that Asian women like to sit up there and do. We can even go to the effects of now looking at Asian women wanting to get lipo, and now they want to get breast and butt augmentation and lip fillers because they're not modeling themselves after white women. Because again, those type of shapes are not just normally found with white women. Those are normally found with black women. So I'm just saying. Just saying, if you want to sit up there and try to take it that far. You got somebody in the comments saying, "Don't act like you don't give it up for free." Paul, are you even married? Do you even have a woman? I'm just saying that sounds real white. I'm just gonna be real. I'm like, bro, like, where do you even come from? Like the crazy part that I like about the online is that looking at a lot of guys in the comment section, whenever it is they want to troll or say something towards a woman, knowing for a fact that you would never say anything like that in real life, especially if that woman is around, like, let's say her brother, male friend, relative, husband, boyfriend, you would never actually say anything like that just passing by a woman randomly. But because of the anonymity that we at least have at this moment in time, you're going to sit up there and do it. Soon enough, you're not going to have the anonymity, and whatever your actual name is in life, along with your social birthday and everything, is actually going to be really associated with your social media soon enough. So like I said, people like to enjoy their anonymity at this moment in time. Enjoy that while you can. Enjoy it while you can. You said I'm FBA and a father. I can sit up there and tell you that I'm black, but how are you going to actually know? You don't, right? You're just hearing a voice. And so you're just typing on screen talking about I'm FBA, a father, and I know Don personally. How am I supposed to know that? I don't. Anybody can say anything. I can sit up there and say that I'm related to like the very first president, the very first black president before Barack Obama. I can sit up there and say that. What proof do I have? None. I can sit up there and tell you right now I'm a billionaire. What proof do I have? None. like what are we doing right now? What are we doing? We're all just people on the internet at this moment in time, right? Timothy said FBA, poor child. We got somebody said have a nice day. You too. You as well. You as well. You as well. Trying to figure out where the Korean name started popping up from. It's crazy. That is crazy. Paul says she's actually my friend. I'm not even trying to diss. I'm just trying to keep it real. You said I have nothing to prove. Okay. Well, okay, if so, you're saying that in real life you know her, no problem, right? Let's just go directly off of that. So, since you are her friend, you need to find out specifically where she is and help to get her directly off the streets. Because I'm at least trying to give solutions. Either it be, OF as in, a teaching course dealing with like singing or releasing music by way of TikTok, YouTube, as which we are on currently at this moment in time. I'm not even going to list IG because that platform is IG is, it's a little bit archaic at this moment in time. And there's many other, platforms where people can monetize their self, or different things like that so that they can happen to get money or even a GoFundMe. You said you can't get someone off of the streets unless they want help. I mean, that is true, but that would also mean that you went out there to go help. You did a simple knock directly on the door, had a nice conversation with the young woman, and to no avail, it just didn't work. That's a little bit of a different story. I mean, that's not the conversation that we're having. The only conversation that we can have at this moment in time is from the perspective that she released, and also the perspective directly from the ex-husband, who stated that he tried to, put an olive branch directly out there, given their history, and she has yet to, respond back. Said, prove you have nothing to prove. Sham said, Dawn, why her friends and family haven't taken off the streets. Paul said, you can't get some. Right. Cheeky said, not just black women, but I agree people should help other people in need. Right. Paul said her and her ex-husband had personal problems. You can't blame him or her. I didn't blame him. Are you talking to me or are you talking to somebody else in the comment section? Because I did not blame that guy for, anything for all intents and purposes. Didn't sit up there and do that, at least to my recollection. I don't remember sitting up here saying, like, yeah, ex-husband, you're the reason that she's out there in the car on the streets. You say that you love her, but I don't remember, specifically delving that deep directly into it. Right. You said, I know why she doesn't trust him. And you said, no, I wasn't saying that. Like I said, it'd be getting confusing in here because y'all don't be throwing like the @ button directly up there. So I have to try to assume or assess the situation when people decide to write, hey, it's stuff out here. Sham said, okay, she doesn't trust him. She has that right. She's hurt by him. Right. Still, her family and friends should never be homeless. I'm sure she helped a lot of people, a lot of her family. Randy said, believe all men always. Paul says, stop being combative. I'm just adding to the conversation. Wait, are you responding back to me or somebody? I'm just trying to figure this out right now. I'm trying to figure out. Maybe it's probably because it's a delay in the live stream because I'm like, I'm not being combative. This is Seiji on a cool day right now. This is Seiji on a cool day right now. I'm actually pretty cool, calm, and collected at this, at this moment in time. But this is what I'm saying, right? From the perspective of somebody, I can't speak for you, Paul, because I'm going to assume that, if you're friends with her, then, your life is pretty decent more than most people, right? You're probably getting more money more than most, right? Just assuming, just due to the effect of by proxy that, a celebrity or celebrities, right? So coming from somebody who actually lived directly in a hotel, right? In a lot of instances, you will just so happen to have, like family that actually don't care. Right. And I've been directly in those circumstances. I had one friend friend Mia, out of everybody that I knew, right? And on top of the help from, 3 family members, right? And those were the women. Actually, everybody was women. Um, I had one friend that opted to at least try to do a little bit of something like, hey, let me know what's going on, how much you need, I'll Western Union some money or whatnot or whatever. And that was like one of the most beautiful things that I, could ever, in a sense, imagine. Right? You again, somebody you played Xbox with, knowing and understanding that you're in this type of predicament and offering to sit up there and send you money. And I'm like, man, I could sit up there and take it. But I'm like, at the end of the day, I'm like, yo, this person got like a whole, like family. They got, bills and, and everything like that. And then it's like, how could, I ever sit up there and repay, this person for, doing something, like that. And, I decided myself not to sit up there and, take that offer because of a lot of things, because, how you look at, people, right, as being, a great, positive person, and you don't want to, in a sense, come off as, in a sense, using that person, in a sense, or, taking what it is that they're doing for granted. Right, because the exact same person offering, has also stated that other people have taken them, for granted over the years, and I didn't want to be, deemed or, seen as that. Right, I didn't want to be anywhere close to, that bucket. So, for me, it's the thought in knowing that that person was willing to sit up there and do that. Right, I don't know. Maybe it's still like the way I explain it. It might not really, make sense in a sense. Um, but it's like, to me, it's crazy when you do have people out there that, and I'm just talking about myself, when you do have people out there that I myself, like, you care and you try to do for other people, a variety of ways, especially family, and the fact that your own family doesn't, in a sense, care, right? You got 3 people who really shouldn't be doing it, right? Especially like the women in the family, they really should not be doing it or have to sit up there and do it. You would expect, more so the men to help out the men to actually do something, but those aren't the ones that, you can just happen to lean on. I'm just talking about for my instance. I ain't talking about all men and all this other. I'm just talking about for my instance, right? Um, I don't know. Like I said, that's going to be a very tough situation. My whole main thing is for the well-being of this woman, being a black woman, and she's living directly in her car, and being out there on the streets is vastly dangerous. You say you just seem to be coming at me for commenting. I'm actually reading through the comments from a lot of people, but I, in a sense, gave you focus because you said that said person. You got to understand, being on this platform, I've had a multitude of people come directly for me every which way. But also within that, I've had certain instances of which, when I've done stories or cover stories, and said person or individual's family have, come out and either thank me for the story, or other people, such as, what was it? What was that white family name? The Kidnas or whatever it was. It was a story I did 2 to 3 years ago where um, they decided that one of their sons wanted to barge into a black house looking for their quote unquote biracial daughter, and they said that she was here. It was almost like some stuff out of Roseville. It was crazy. But they decided to come directly for my channel underneath both videos, and again during litigation, which they should not have been doing, and they wanted to go back and forth with both me and also people in my comment section. And I, not being myself, not being a lawyer, I had to sit up to tell them, like, yo, you're in litigation at this moment in time. It is more than likely not in your best interest to literally come to a social media platform in the comment section and be saying more than what you should be saying. And like I said, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not even representing them. I realistically shouldn't even care, but I had to correct them because I hate seeing people be stupid. And they promptly decided to go through and start deleting a lot of their comments because they understood that this was that was the worst thing for them to sit up there and do, especially going through litigation at that time that I had released that video. So, like I said, so if I just so happen to come directly at people or focus, it's because I've been doing this for years and I have to. Because if I'm not going to sit up there and defend myself, who else is? I just have to sit up there, I just got to put it like that, Will said, yeah, that's true. I've heard you go in before. Yeah. Sham said he called you out because of the joke you made over giving it up for free. Oh yeah. That was the other reason too. Yeah, because you were coming directly at what was the young woman's name that was in here? You were coming after Cheeky Girl. Because let me see. I've done, have nothing to prove. Let me see if I can go back up. Person, no white. We all want something for our money. Yeah, because you said at about 5:39 p.m. you said you responded to her. You said, "Don't act like you don't give it up for free." And I'm like, that's a little bit crazy to say, especially about somebody that you don't know. You said that you're a father. So I'm like, yeah, I'm going to throw some focus directly on that, and especially if the woman that you're talking to, that I can at least going by like the cartoon image is representative of a black woman. I'm going to sit up there and say something. Being a black man on this platform, I'm going to sit up and say something real quick. Like I said, I told people before, the moment of time you pull up to the scene and you start saying something crazy about black women, we're going to sit up there and have an issue real quick. Like I said, people can say whatever about me. I've been sitting up there seeing that for years. That's whatever. But you just coming out the blue? Nah, we ain't doing that. Said most celebrities are faking it. Nita said didn't even hold on to a love. Somebody writing in straight Korean. I don't even know what that is. Good luck with that one. 4 children for the same father. She isn't the only one in the streets, but when someone starts to spiral down, they don't mind taking you with them straight down. I mean, I guess that depends on the person. Reading said people got all they wanted out of her when they broke no longer. Yeah, that's facts. That is facts. Said Boule buddies. Don't know what you're talking about there. Sam said, how are you a friend? And you say something like that. So what if there are other people in the streets? This is your friend. I see what happened. She spiraled down and her fake friends jumped ship. Also said, so then you really don't know her. You're really not her friend either. Good to know. Paul said, I understand. I'm not coming at you or her, though, just adding a voice, but I'm not offended by you coming for me. Gen X, I wish you luck on your podcast. Kelvin said, her down was hard to work with. Oh, you say you heard she was hard to work with. Okay, I got you. DSA1 said, they come in here with the foolishness. How we are at the head, neck, and chest. Paul said, oh, I wasn't aiming that at her. That's when I was just coming in. I apologize. That wasn't for her. I was just speaking about the subject. Yeah, see, that's why I be set up and try to tell people. That now, if you were saying the whole reason I was quote unquote focusing or targeting, yes, going back up to that very first comment, yeah, because quite a few of us thought, especially Cheeky, thought that was directly meant for her. Because I'm like, yo, bro, that's quite crazy. Why would you even say something like that? I'm like, what are we even doing here? I'm like, that's crazy to me. Because I had looked at her response. She was like, yeah, don't give nothing up for free. I'm married, right? That was, her rebuttal and everything. So Sham said, they say all of the time that black stars that want to get paid properly, they label them hard to work with just so they can rob them of their talent. I don't believe she was hard to. Yeah, I don't believe that either. People would have to realistically prove that 100%. We're living in 2025. A lot of people who were even during the time when In Vogue was popping and really just out there, a lot of those people don't really have records. they can probably try to pull up some news clips, if even that. But more than likely, a lot of those people are just going over, hearsay if they're trying to say that she was hard to work with. I would actually have to hear it from source people. I would have to hear it from, let's say like A&R managers, lawyers, other people that she worked with, and yada yada yada. I would have to, hear it directly from that, and not some Vlad, type of thing. Like just specifically cut and dry, sitting with those people and hearing that conversation. Because, as which was stated, whenever it deals with black people, supernaturally people want to just so happen to say that, oh, this black person was hard to deal with and yada yada. It's like, no, it wasn't. Because there's a whole bunch of white artists and white actors that are very difficult to work with. Like they'll spiral out, they'll sit up there and do this and say that, during the recording session or when they're supposed to do their lines. Crazy type of work. But people will say, oh, this is just them being passionate about the work. But if somebody black does the exact same thing as somebody white, and they go out and do all of this stuff, oh, they're hard to work with. Oh, they're uncontrollable. I can't work with them. You're fired. You're off the project. Like I said, it's crazy. Different set of rules. It's crazy work. You said you and her on the same page. Said I feel you. Kevin said I had a problem with Vogue, Lucy Pro, and other projects. What's up with Don? Said you said Gail was like, said you was wearing Superman underwear when In Vogue was out. What would I have? Actually, I think it was Batman. It was probably Batman, just to clear that one up. I didn't really become. I was always a Superman film, but because of Michael Keaton, I was more so a Batman, fan. So I had the whole sleeping bag, whole 9 yards. Had the pillowcase, had the sheets, had the comforter, the sleeping bag. I had the Batmobile. I had all of that. So yeah, just as a correction for Gail, that she be thinking she knows something. Paul said I've performed with her. She wasn't hard to work with me at the time. Her husband was the problem. Yeah, and he said that. Going back to this guy here, her ex-husband, he said that, he was not the best person. And due to that, he didn't specifically know how to, hindsight wise, he said with all of the years that he had to assess the situation and probably some therapy or whatever it is that he's doing, he wasn't the best person in responding to her pain, right? So she may have lashed out here and there because of things that she had to face or go through being in the music industry. And in return, he wasn't really there. He wasn't emotionally there. He wasn't empathetic. He wasn't, sympathetic to that situation. So this is when, in that video, he tried to, give an apology, of which, more than likely wasn't able to give face to face because they got a history. So she's not really trying to hear that because, he wasn't trying to hear her specifically, during that time. Right. So I guess this is him trying to make amends or something, with that whole situation and trying to move better forward. Kelvin said Don's own mom kicked her out of the house. Well, Mr. Jackson, her ex-husband said that her mom never kicked her out of the house. So I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about. Now we got Paul here who stated that he has worked with Dawn before. So she is not difficult and, a great deal of other things. And the ex-husband, which you can see directly in front of you, has stated that her mother didn't kick her out. So I'm a little bit confused. Wait, Cheeky said, no, not me. Wait, I'm a little bit confused now. Sham said I was a big In Vogue fan, and she has a very powerhouse voice. Yeah, she does. If you technically listen to her, it would be something that you would hear in church. Like she has that type of voice, like a voice that like it carries. It carries like emotion, like it carries, right? Whatever the message that you want to, in a sense, convey, she's going to, convey that and more. One of the main songs that I actually liked from In Vogue, I think wasn't it, should have been from like Set It Off. I think. I gotta go back now. Let me see something real quick. Yeah. Yep. What's it gonna be? That was yo, that song was hitting, let me tell you. And that was back in 1996. 96. But yeah, that was I forgot. It's like certain songs that be hitting. Like that one hits along with it was like one of the other songs from like Boys to Men. Like I said, quite a few songs directly out there. Paul said wasn't hard to work with her. Got you, Roger. Calvin says something's going on. Kiki said, "Oh yeah, he was. I thought you meant arguing in the comments, lol." And thank you so much. I really appreciate that. No problem. Will said, "Under rules, lol." Yeah. It'd be like that. Yo, sitting up here laughing. Hey, at least I'm honest though. I was, I was Batmaned out. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. I used to sit up there and have I used to have a cape. Well, technically later on, once it dealt with like the capes, it was more so Superman. Because like if the wind was blowing outside, I would sit up there and get like one of the sheets off of the couch. I would get like a safety pin, even though that is actually quite dangerous. Get like the safety pin, had that boy, hooked up real quick, and I'm flying in the wind. Thought I was Superman out here. Now when it was raining, Batman. You gotta pick the temperature for it. Kelvin said, "Never heard me defending white folks acting up on set or the studio." That's not, you know. My main point was to sit up there and say, in general, when it deals with white folks, quote unquote, acting up, nobody says anything. But magically, when it's a black person that may have a discrepancy with the script, maybe they want to say something a little bit differently or whatnot, or whatever, they will get targeted and deemed as difficult. And that'll go through the whole music industry or the movie industry. And people will like believe it as fact. That's what I'm saying. If you got the complexion for the protection, you're passionate. If you don't, you're difficult to work with, and you were trying to sabotage, whatever was going on. Yo, stand up. What is up? What is up? I ain't seen you in a minute. What's up? You said, Kelvin, Dawn came out and said she left because her mother became mean and hard to live with. Now, see, looking from that perspective, that's different versus somebody just stating that, hey, the mom kicked her out. If you're living with somebody and they become, difficult, now I'm pretty sure her mom is probably older. No telling what mentally she may be going through or health or whatever it is. I can see that. I can see somebody be like, all right, I can't be here anymore. I love you, but I can't be here anymore because, I can't, deal with this. I get that. That one I can get that. Kelvin said, is it everyone else or not her? Just asking. Paul said, because of him, I'm sure I never saw the highest form of her self-expression. I hope he really changed. Well, I'll tell you this now. If she was never able to deliver what it was that you were able to see in her, this would be that moment in time. At least from an outsider, right? Somebody who listens to music. Whenever it is that somebody in music who does music sings, whenever it is that they're going through life, some type of pain, hurt, turmoil, that seems to be the main time where they can channel and focus their voice into a laser, and they can just their signature is everywhere. You can just see it, right? Whatever it is that they want you to sit up there and feel, it is going to be magnified by 1,000. So this would be that moment in time, because I'm pretty sure, living in a car, going through a lot of things, and a lot of hurt, probably some, some shame and different. That is going to be something. So that would, like I said, if ever a point in time that she gets the ability to get into a studio and start doing some music, you are going to hear something. Like, just like how in the 90s, Mary J. Blige, that was the voice where if you really wanted to shed some tears, like No More Drama or whatnot, when that song set up there and came on, it don't even matter if you never went through anything in that video. The longer you stayed in that video, the more you start to felt that song. Like you really started to feel that song 100%. And again, you didn't have to go through anything in that video, but it was because of Mary's voice and how she was able to convey the message that was there, and also from the aspect of her, in a sense, going through a lot of that trauma and a lot of those things, and on top of the visuals that they were also giving you as well. Like I said, all of that in combination completely sold the song. Completely sold it. Denise Rivers said his shortcomings fell upon her goals of fame. Sham said, I felt like her husband really held her back and sabotaged her career and progress. To me, her trauma and hurt needed more than his wants, and he wanted to control wants of control versus supporting her. Okay, I get you. Gail said all of them can sing, they just didn't get their just dues, right? What is it? Smith said, "Don't let go." Yeah, that's the song. But the main part that really just like sticks out is like the "What's it gonna be," and like that whole, what's the name? So that's why I always say, "What's it gonna be?" But you know what I'm talking about, though. You know what I'm talking about. Sam said, "Gello, I'm laughing at you get Seji to admit that he wore Batman underwear in middle school." Hey, like I said, I'm always transparent. I don't got no problem with that. It is what it is. Like I said, comic books, anime, video games, all of that good stuff. Normal, your normal, average, everyday, friendly neighborhood black guy. That's what I usually put on a lot of my, social medias. Kelvin said, never said Dawn didn't have talent, but something could be wrong inside. Just saying. I mean, but that's what the ex-husband basically stated. He said that she's more than likely battling or, dealing with certain things. So, like I said, there could be a lot of things going on all over the place that, people might not be too privy to. Paul said, I knew her husband since he was like 17. Whew, that's a long time ago. Man, that is some history. What was it? Smith said, if they don't comply with the casting couch, you get blackballed. That's true. Nita said, Paul, you clearly lying and Googled ish and the whole chat. No, I got to learn how to troll better. It's diabolical work. Hey, I'm just having a conversation. I ain't even checking for nothing. Yeah, we got Brother Exile in the building. What is up? Said on lunch, just dropping some knowledge. What was it? That was at like 6:08. Yo, Brother Exile, on PlayStation. I probably have to like write it to you as well. Let me know top 5 games you are looking forward to this year. Like, let me know the top 5 brand new games that you're looking forward to this year, and write that to me on PSN in a message. Brother Exile said, respect to all in attendance. Much love, respect to you as well, brother. Leonard up here rolling. Nita sitting up here laughing at Gail. River said, I understand that she had bad management, but when I got a check, it's going into my savings. Kelvin said, in Dawes' defense, Foster and McElroy and Vogue's producers did act funny with the money. Yeah, a lot of them do. Whenever it dealt with black female groups, they always got slighted when it dealt with the money. Like I said, the king of all stories, go back and look at TLC. Those women were robbed. Like they were robbed. Like the way that, like, it was crazy. Like they was getting what did one of them say? I think they said it was like half a cent per record. That was so, like, it was something crazy. Like that was worse than like a slavery contract. Like, that was crazy. Like that was 100% crazy. I'm like, Jesus. And I'm like, TLC was large. They were like they were all over. And to see the impact that they had in a short amount of time, and how it is that they basically had nothing to even show for it. That's crazy to me. That's 100% crazy. Why said, okay. Oh, okay, you're talking to him. Said Google a personal relationship. Kelvin said, yes, sir. Kelvin said, absolutely, Rob. Yeah. Smith said, you don't have to go back that far to look at Angie Stone. Yeah, I mean, well, that's basically recent. And she was taking everything, including her life. Somebody had brought up one good point, which I feel like a lot of us pretty much at this point we didn't really think about or look at. But the driver or who, however it is that the vehicle ended up crashing. So what about the driver of the vehicle, the other driver, if it was a car, accident or something like that? Like, what about all of these things? Because I feel like we got to the point where we're so used to people passing, we don't even ask the critical questions anymore about everybody that was involved, who specifically was there, in the vehicle, and everything like that. Because I got the video where she was supposed to go to I think it was an NBA game, and I think she was supposed to sing, but then one of the, I guess the coordinator or whoever was there, he came directly out in the center, and he gave the announcement that she ended up passing on the way too. But the other thing that I'll also state as well too is that in a lot of instances dealing with these record companies, a lot of people are worth more dead than they are alive. So it can be a lot of artists out here that are broke, but those record companies will never be broke. Because anytime any of these artists happen to pass, you know what the record companies are doing? Bam, you go to Spotify, their song is magically now, it might not have ever been played in like the last 10 years. Now it's in the top 20. Now it's in the top 10. Now it's in the top 5. You go to Apple Music, it's the exact same way. You go to Billboards, it's looking the exact same way. And then a lot of these record companies are the main ones that also has insurance policies directly out on a lot of these artists. So, like I said, people gotta, be very mindful of, a lot of things that go on directly out here. Sham said they made millions off of black singers and rappers only for them to be left with nothing and not even their royalties. Yeah. Yep. Brother Exile said, rip to Angie Stone. Bars. 100% facts. Sham said they wonder why Kanye West said what he said about the group of people who you can't say their name but had no problem robbing black people. Bars. Gail said, this is so haunting to me. Angie's passing. Yeah. Because it was unexpected. Like nobody saw that coming at all. Like I said, Angie Stone, she minds her business. she don't be, in no type of gossip. She don't be doing nothing. She does everything, that's not even on the radar. Just minding her business, just making money and whatnot. But on the times that she was out there, she would advocate for, the artist. She would advocate for herself. She would talk about how it is that, she's been getting robbed and, all of these other types of things. And that's, for me, in my opinion, I feel as though, not even feel, looking at how Angie Stone has presented certain things over time, it seems to be that would be a leading case onto why it is that, she's not here. Because maybe she was getting a little bit too close. And people didn't want her to get too close, because if she's an artist, like a 90s artist that was getting this close, then maybe it would have, other ramifications when it deals with other artists of now in 2025. And it's like, well, we can't sit up there and have this one Negro here sitting up there talking like this and trying to, figure things out. And we got to sit up there and do something. So, again, you had who was another artist that you had that was talking about Michael Jackson? He was another artist. They took him out. Prince was another artist. They sat up there and took him out. And in a lot of instances, when it deals with our artists, they sit up there and say that it was they found drugs in their systems. If they can't sit up there and put a gun directly to the artist name, they'll set up the person they OD'd. Crazy stuff. Smith said it's like left eye, something smells foul. Yeah. Jackson said rest in peace to Gwen McRae, the song Rocking Chair. Nita said I had to. Well, Gail said y'all crazy. Gail said too much is going on. Y'all crazy. Kelvin said, wish you could play that song. Nah, yeah, we can't play that because it'll snatch it up real quick. It's like, oh, you play this song that is copyrighted? No. We own this little live stream that you did for about 3 hours. I'm like, nah, we ain't doing that. Now if this was like Kick or something like that, then it'd be a little bit different. Like I said, a lot of stuff, like stuff that I do here, on other platforms, vastly different. I wouldn't even have to worry about editing or doing any of that. But a lot of people aren't on the other platforms. Even though technically I thought about doing some stuff on some other platforms. I'll probably check some stuff out. I don't know. Shem said, yes, I still think that they killed Prince because Prince was sitting on a gold mine of music combinations that he never published. I'm sure they want those samples. Yeah, of course. Yo, Sonny, what is up? Gail said exactly 100% Seji. Kelvin said Andrew Stone was in a band called Sequence and Change was the jam. Brother Exile said, yep. Gail said we need to quit letting them qualify our gifts. Our gifts are to be shared with each other, not the seeds of Satan. Brother Exile said, I think Sam Cooke and Donny Hathaway met the same face as Print. Yeah. I think even during that time, they had an instance. Like, this is the funny thing. I think during those times when they were trying to come up with a all black record label, things happened, right? And then the same thing happened when you had, let's say, like a J Prince, Suge Knight, and many others, Irv Gotti, and many others that were going to try to come up with a black rap label. Because again, whenever it is that you got people of power, and these are people that made it, they got their millions or hundreds of millions, and they want to make sure like the money stays, within. You got the certain powers that be that'll be like, nah, we can't have you do that. You're not about to sit up there and try to cut us out of this whole situation. We're going to make sure that we get our share. And if we can't get it, we're going to take everything. And that's what they tend to do. So this is why a lot of those record companies, they get life insurance policies. I would say for the what was the brother name that was up here for a brief minute? Paul Watts. You should look into to see if Miss Dawn, if any of the record companies that her name may be attached to, you might want to check to see if you can. May have better resources than me. Check to see if there's insurance policies attached to her name by way of those record companies. Because this could be, one way of, record companies slowly just letting stuff happen. Because the moment of time somebody's on the street and they're away from the limelight, then magically some, random person can just come up and then things happen. And then we hearing about stuff on the 7 o'clock news. And then it'll just be made to seem like it's random, but realistically it's not, because a lot of people are paid. And especially if you have, different immigrants from, around the world, you can easily pay them, whatever, and then they'll just do whatever. So, you might want to look directly into that. Gail said, did you see the story about the twins? Yeah, I actually did. My mom, she told me about the story a few days ago. About like a few days ago, my mom, she informed me of that story. And that sounds pretty similar to some of the other stories that I've covered before. I would have to figure out, because I would actually do that as a solo story. And the only reason I didn't talk about that story here is because whenever I bring stories up like that, as you guys know, and I showed you guys in a previous video and or live stream, YouTube tends to, for all intents and purposes, they age block those videos. when you're talking about those specific things, which I found to be weird because I'm like, if news stations can talk about it, especially on here, then I don't have to age verify nothing. Y'all don't happen to make that 18 whatever. Y'all don't do that. But when I'm basically bringing it up, either the video gets taken down because YouTube says that it's some type of problem with that, whatever, or they'll make sure to make it 18 plus, and I'm like, that don't make any sense. So, you gotta, this is why in a lot of the videos I've made very sure to reword things differently so that you guys could just so happen to see the video or, hear about the story. So that's why technically a lot of stories just haven't been covered because I've gotten tired of, dealing with certain things on YouTube. It's very annoying, especially when you just want to get the stuff directly out there. Sham said, Satan don't share anyway. He steals. He goes after the vulnerable. That's why they say it when you make it big, you sell your soul to the devil, right? Sham said Jimi Hendrix too. I felt like they took him. Yeah, that's true. Nita said they've been controlling our people with having them live vicariously through these celebrities / false idols. It's not working anymore, and they're trying to test. Smith said, yep, it was Sam Otis, and I think you were going to say, James Brown, I think. Nita said, example, the Democratic Convention. Yeah, it was like 100%. What was it? Mo said, how did those boys end up in the mountains? Let me see. What about the twins? I need to know what happened. And Mo just sent somebody to the Bermuda Triangle. Like I said, this is why I love the moderators that I have. They do not play. They do not play. They got a way shorter fuse than I do. I'm trying to work on myself, but they like, yeah, we ain't doing this. You're out of here. So like I said, I keep trying to tell people, if you play around, somebody is going to come directly out the cut. We got snipers here. We got snipers. Let me see. Nita said, shout out to the mods doing a wonderful job. Brother Exile said, I rebuke you. Mo was like, Exile got straight aim. You gotta see Brother Exile on that day is gone. He be, taking out those zombies. Let me tell you. Nita said, Mo blessed that fool quick. Gail said, I feel you. Rabbit said, did you hear about the teen in Tampa, Florida, who got harmed into the hospital for sending racist text on the Atlanta Black Star? Nah, I ain't hear nothing about that. That's some crazy work. Guess those would be some videos I can actually put up. Mo said, LOL, Brother Exile got that 20-time scope. This man bringing out that Battlefield / Call of Duty right there. That man was out there yonder. Just saw that man real quick. That's some crazy work though. But yeah, man, that's oh, actually, I'm sorry. I got one more celebrity video. I just forgot. I got one more, and it's from the brother Tyrese. Some people like to say Cryreese, but it's from this brother, and he said he got a message for the Trump supporters and everyone else, right? So let's take a look.
Tell y'all who I am. All of the Latinos for Trump. All of the blacks for Trump. All of the veterans for Trump. All of the victims and families of 9/11 for Trump. All of the people that's still driving around in a Cybertruck, Tesla, whatever the case may be. You know, there's people out here laughing at you right now. Who that man is was on full display on the first go round. Now listen, there's a lot of people that says, look, I don't care about none of that shit, you know what I'm saying? Trump gonna help us to get money. Well, y'all see the economy, you see the stock market, you see what's going on, you see all of this unprecedented amount of power and access he's given to a man named Elon Musk because he donated over $250 million to his campaign. I didn't really know that politicians were actually for sale, but we're experiencing this in real time. I'm going to give you an early prediction. In the history of Trump, he has pretty much had fallen outs with every political figure in every position of anyone he has ever hired. They've all sued him. They've all tried to expose him. They've all tried to write books. They've all went balls to the wall to try and take him out on all level. It's one thing to be Democrat and have a problem with a Republican. It's another thing to say these are all of the people that you hired yourself, and all of your lawyers and everybody that was in Trump's cabinet have all went after him on the first round. If you don't think that's going to happen again on this round, just sit back and watch. And one of the biggest predictions, and I almost want to start a website or release my own coin around this idea. The biggest fallout that's waiting to happen, and it's going to be monumental with the things that will be exposed from this, is going to be the fallout that happens between Elon Musk and Donald Trump.
Oh yeah, that'd be crazy.
I can almost bank on it. I smell it, see it from a million miles away. This is a beautiful dance right now. Unprecedented amounts of power and access. Federal jobs. People are out here hurting and suffering. The new word for neo-Nazi, the new word for Ku Klux Klan is called DEI. Y'all understand that? Unprecedented amount of power and access. And he does not have a background in any of these things. But the most legendary, monumental fallout waiting to happen, where Elon Musk is going to expose every secret imaginable. It's all coming. I'm letting y'all know that now. And outside of that prediction, I want to also say to all of the Latinos for Trump, all the veterans for Trump, all the blacks for Trump, all the Asians for Trump, all of the anybody, does not matter. All the Republicans for Trump. I'm praying for you. I'm actually an empath, and people are online laughing and making a mockery. He told y'all who he was. He told y'all what he was gonna do. Yo dumb ass drunk. You gonna fuck around and find out. All the above. But in the midst of all of this mockery, saying you voted for him, and like he's done many, many times before, you vote for him, and then now you're suffering for someone that you ended up supporting. You had your choice between Kamala Harris. That didn't work for you, and that's fine, because that's the beauty of democracy, right? We get to vote. But it doesn't do anything for me to see so many people in so much pain, losing their jobs, struggling, suffering in all of this pain, losing their homes, all of their savings, all of their retirement plans. At your age, you may have had that job for 20, 30 years. You're a veteran that have literally put your life on the line and served this country. Social Security, food stamps, any and everything that you need to simply feed your family is all being compromised. And I just want y'all to know, it's no laughing matter. It's not funny. This is not a moment for us as Americans to be he, ha, ha. You voted for him. That's what the fuck you get. That's cool. You can go ahead and do that. if that's your choice. But at the end of the day, if you move the way I move, and you try your best to think and have a heart towards everyone through the lens of the Lord Jesus Christ, there is nothing about anybody suffering that's funny. There are people out here that have had ongoing medical issues from the worst terrorist attack that has ever hit American soil, 9/11. And they and their medical and the money that was in place to continue servicing their health needs. These are firefighters. These are men and women of service, including civilians that have been dealing with health issues since September 11th. That Donald Trump actually showed up to support when it all happened. He just cut off their funding. Social Security is being compromised, food stamps, public education, college funding. They are trying to shut down black historical museums and churches and any and everything that has to do with black. They're on a mission to shut it down. This is the president that America chose. And so rather you love him still, rather you love a lot of what he's doing, and you're over there at the house rich and fancy and nothing about who you are and what you have as far as your home and your kids and your education, and anything about your financial life is being compromised, lucky you. I'm okay too financially, but I have a heart, and my heart aches every single day just knowing the amount of people that are out here suffering because of what's happening politically. And I just want y'all to know, I, your brother in Christ, I know I happen to be a black man, but I am a man of God and your brother in Christ. I am praying for you, and I am hoping that some way, somehow, God shows up and does what only God can do in the midst of everything you may have signed up for. You may have said Trump. You may have been at all of his campaigns and Trump. And now all of a sudden, the man that you supported is compromising you and your house and your family and your children and your survival. None of this is good. But I'm just going to pray for you. Nothing about what you're dealing with is funny. It should not be a mockery. It should not be a ha, 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 ha. You might be going up and down your timeline and your Facebook trying to delete all of your messages from everything that you were passionately doing to support this man. Nothing is funny. But I'm praying for you, because all of this stuff is hurting me the way it's hurting you. God bless you. I wanted to send this message specifically out on the Lord's Day, this Good Sunday. God bless you guys. Stay strong, okay? I'm praying for you. Peace.
All right, so we were able to hear that long video from Tyrese, and to Brother Exile, I was just saying what the internet, normally states. Tyrese is, for me, the dude is, pretty cool. Don't really got a problem with him or anything like that. His antics are quite funny at times. So I just want to list that. But what's everybody feeling directly on what Tyrese stated? Let me know. What is everybody's feeling? Because the main thing I set up there and told people, I'm like, hey, if you voted directly for this, now, unlike what he stated, I'm laughing. Because these circumstances, this is nothing new for black folks. We've been through this. We've already had issues with the United States. It is what it is. It's just that everybody else is getting their turn directly on the wheel. And like I said, if you voted and seemingly things are not going the way that you expected or the way that you wanted, this is your fault. It's nobody else's fault. Nobody should be really trying to, come together and help you fix this problem. If you voted for this is directly on you. And this is the main thing I said before. Like I said, to the Latin immigrants directly out there, if y'all voted directly for Trump and you knew that he was going to deport your family, or like the one woman who employs 100% Latins and 50% of her workforce are illegals, and she knows this, and she still voted for Trump, even though he stated that his first mission was to get anybody that was not supposed to be here out. I don't know what to tell you. The black community is not supposed to help fix that problem or to make that situation better or to mend that situation, because we didn't have anything to do with that. For the white women who voted, all of your things that are getting taken away directly from you, and you're not getting acknowledged for, your education or your worth, how much money that you should be actually making at a job. And now white dudes want you to work in the kitchen. This is on you. You voted directly for this, for the white farmers who seemingly are having money issues. They're having issues dealing with the land and everything like that. You voted for this. Trump got your workforce directly up out of here. You better be, trying to pull in some people from the Appalachians or rural America, wherever it is. You better be pulling in some white folks to help farm, to, help everybody else get dinner directly on the table. Because, y'all voted for this. Because I don't know realistically who white folks thought that they were going to get to replace the illegal migrants who are working a lot of these farms and everything like this for, little to nothing. I don't know who y'all thought that y'all were going to get. I don't know if y'all really thought that black people were, if y'all were bringing slavery back. I don't know if y'all were going to do that. It wasn't happening. It wasn't going to work out like that. So y'all better figure something out real quick, because this is a bind that y'all produce. But the one thing I will sit up there and say, though, and seemingly enough, something does take place. Brother Exile said, getting good, got to get back to work, all ears. All right, I got you, brother. Oh, we got Real Beauty in the building. What is up? What is up? What is up? That's where you've been. You said, I'm on vacation. You are on vacation while on this live. That is diabolical work. You should be having like a margarita. I don't drink, so I'm just listing some stuff like some what was it like? Be like a margarita or martini or something. Like I said, I'm just listing drinks from like 007 and some other stuff. But yeah, you should be out there chilling on like a beach somewhere. That's how you know I don't drink. When I can only list like 2 drinks. As if that's all people sit up there and drink. That's some crazy work right there. Let me tell you. I guess I'm not adult enough yet, at one point, people been trying to get me to drink for, quite some time. For quite a long time, and I still ain't take one sip yet. And yet I am the same person who wants like a cigar, type of like bar. I want like the, like them Cubans and all of that stuff you will see in the old films and whatnot. Crazy work. I guess I'm saving it up for, once I get, 60, have some brandy or some scotch, some vodka, some expensive wine in a winery or something like that. Crazy work. But anyways, you should be out there. I'm happy you're on vacation. You get to, decompress, have some fun, enjoy yourself. But yeah, it's some crazy work out here. Let me tell you. People got to figure out, man. Like I said, what does everybody think about what Tyrese stated? Because that was about a good 9-minute video. I think it was about 8. Let me see. Let me correct myself. Damn, they don't give it to me. Should have been like 8, maybe like 9 minutes. I think the brother was talking. But like I said, to those minority groups out there that voted for this man, hey, it be like that. Like I said earlier, and it's funny how I ended up playing this video when I just talked about this earlier on, about the first 30 minutes of the live stream, because we've been going for about a good 3 hours and 32 minutes at this moment in time. And again, shout out, much love, respect, and appreciation to anybody, pulling up, just checking in for about a good 5 seconds and decking out. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Let me try to go back up to some of y'all comments real quick. Let me see. A man who claims that he loves the Lord, why put on a dress? Brother Exile said, y'all went in on Tyrese. Dan said, so you're for open borders. Who specifically are you talking about? Are you responding to me, or are you responding to Tyrese? when you're saying like that I'm for, open borders? Who specifically are you talking to so I can address this properly? Dog said as a Negro woman, I support Trump. Who I haven't heard anybody or loud jokingly, but I haven't really heard anybody in 2025 like really refer to themselves as like, I'm a Negro man, I'm a Negro boy, I'm a Negro child. Damon, I I haven't really heard anybody actually say that. So that's throwing me off. That's some old school type of work right there. BA said, are there any Trump supporters who are regretting it? Wait, are you in support of all the abuse of illegals and underpaid migrants? Again, I need y'all to explain to me. Like, I need y'all to actually hit the @ symbol and then say @SEIJIHITO the second coming so that I can actually reply. Because I don't know if y'all talking to somebody else in the comment section or if y'all directing this specifically to me. AJ said everything is being compromised for me. Never voted for him, but the United States voted for him. Therefore, we all will suffer. And surprised me that people voted against their own interests. I mean, it'd be like that. I'm not surprised. America's always done this. It's it's not a major shock. It's just a shock to those who really expected white people to vote differently. I expected white people to vote for somebody white. It's not rocket science. I never expected white people to be in allegiance with black people or minorities directly. I never expected that. It was a great sleight of hand that took place, but I for one didn't expect that. I didn't expect for white women to sit up there and vote for Kamala, because white women didn't even really vote for what's the woman name? I just forgot her name, for Hillary. When Hillary was sitting up there running, white women and others didn't sit up there and get her directly in office. They were like, no, we ain't doing that. So then the second come around, nah, they wasn't doing that again. Maybe the third time, just maybe the third time, maybe that may be the case. But the only way that would actually happen, and it might potentially succeed, is if it's a vote against Trump serving like a third time. And I've talked about this before, dealing with the Republican Party and how those out there are trying to pass legislation to enable presidents to serve, more terms, like a third term. Because realistically, Trump is already served 2 terms. This is his second term. He did his first term. But with that law, if they happen to put it in place, if it gets in place, the only way that you can serve 3 terms is if you basically space it out. So Trump served the first one. He lost in a sense, the second go because of everything that took place. So Biden came in, right? So that's a space. So then you got the second term, which is now that he's, currently serving. So after this term is served, if the legislation passes while he's here, he could then decide to run for a third term because it's separated. It wasn't consecutive terms as which they specifically, written there. And I did like a live stream and I think a video covering that whole thing and showing off that as well. Sham said, nope, I personally aim for deportation because they don't dump them in white communities. They dump them in and yeah, that is a funny thing. Like, funny enough, when it deals with the black community, whenever it is that America wants something, they tend to just push it on to black people first and let it just be a problem there. And it's not a problem for everybody else because then everybody else don't care. But then once it starts reaching everybody else's community, then everybody wants to start crying. So once you started having immigrants from all over go to white communities, white people are like, oh, this is crazy. Like, this is nonsensical. We can't have anything like this happening here. We got to vote to stop this from happening. But then they're like, oh, this is only happening to the blacks. Oh, no problem. Yeah, keep it there with the blacks. Sort of like back, what was the movie? Was it The Casino? Somebody knows. If you're old enough, you know what I'm talking about. There was a scene from, I think, what was it, like The Casino or something like that, where this guy was trying to, sell this new drug, aka cocaine, and the Italians were like, yo, what are you doing? Get that out of here. Like, get this away from, our community. We don't want that here. We're not giving this to our people. We're not giving this to our family and kids. Give it to the blacks, right? And realistically, real worldwide, that's what took place. That's what happened, right? Because if you think about it, during all of these drug epidemics, as people want to sit up there and call it, you never heard of the Italian community being affected. It's weird. Heard of the black community though, but you didn't hear the Italians getting affected. It's crazy work out here. Just saying, just throwing that directly out there. We got Real sitting up there laughing. Dog said, "No, I'm not." Sham said, "I think Tyrese is full of it." Dang, that's cold-blooded. Quiet said, "Why did you vote for him then?" I'm not even sure who Tyrese voted for. I'm guessing that he voted for Kamala. I'm guessing. Dog said, "I support his values." BA said, for all that I heard is Democrats complaining about what they say Trump is going to do, but nothing about what he's done yet. I need you to come back and write that again. Quiet One said, "What values?" Rivers said, "It don't matter who's in office. It's their job to keep me fed and a roof over my head." Dog said, "Tan lives matter." Dan said, "You, brother, when you mention who's going to replace all the cheap illegal workers." No. My main point is this. This is what I've been sitting up there stating before. So the cheaper labor force directly out here, because of the system that was created, is therefore immigrants, right? Immigrants are going to come in, they're going to undercut, they're going to do whatever it is that they need to do to survive, and they're going to manage that way, right? And a lot of white people who own businesses, they know this and they are completely fine with it. So they didn't really care about an influx of immigrants, like people who run businesses and all this other type of stuff. They didn't care. The ones that were really making a ruckus were everybody else that really don't own businesses. It was everybody else that don't, in a sense, really run businesses, like the every day, Sarah, Susan, Dan, and so on and so on and so on, right? So now those everyday people have messed up the workforce labor for a lot of the white businesses that were able to profit. They were able to keep the pay low. They were able to profit very highly from whatever it is that they were doing, and they were making ends meet. Now it's a little bit different. Now it's a bit of a struggle. Now they're going to have to pay more, right? If they happen to get, let's say, American citizens, they're going to have to pay them an actual wage. And if you're also paying them, now you got to, potentially worry about health insurance and all these other types of things. Because I've covered stories before over the years where you had a young Latin woman that was working on, one of these farms, and she passed out and she lost her life. So, and there's plenty of stories like that and more directly out there if people actually can't care to do their research. So I know for a fact that a lot of average American, white, Caucasian, whatever you want to call yourselves, are not going to go out there and work those fields. I can tell you that beyond a shadow of a doubt. I can promise you that. If white people had a choice between working in nature in the beaming sun to feed America, or to take a cush office job with air conditioning, they're taking that office job with all of those papers in that air conditioning in that office chair. They're going to take that over working somebody's farm, getting dirty, smelling to the high heavens with the sun beaming down on them, sweating. Like I said, so my main point is the average American does not really care about America. Because if the average American did care about America, they would be working in every single facet of the system to make sure that America is going to stay running no matter who is not fitting that role or that position. That's what I'm saying. Sham said, "LOL, I'm an 80s baby, and I've never heard anyone call themselves a Negro either." Yeah, that just threw me off. Dan said, "Who is suffering and how?" Barcelona president is orange. Had to Oh, we got somebody hitting that quick ban real quick. Gotcha, no problem. Let me see. Mark Travis said, I expect people to not look at. Is that supposed to be color? How do you have the expectation? If if you're outside of the United States, I guess. If you're within the United States, yeah, I'm not seeing how it's not even realistic. Dan said you expect people to vote based on skin color and gender. Sounds dumb. Bryce said when Democrats spend the last 8 years telling white people they're privileged and their lives are easy, they probably won't like that. I mean, it'd be like that. I mean, in general, when you deal with white society, lives are easier. It's like lives are easier. Like case in point, nobody white would ever raise their hand and sit up there and say that yes, I would want to, be black for 6 years. Let's trade skin color real quick. Nobody white is going to jump in that line. Like you may have like the newer kids that are like, oh yeah, I get to sit up there. I want to sit up and be like a rapper because in their mind they're like, all right, I can sit up there and dance. I could be like a rapper. I could do all this stuff. I could say the things that I've always wanted to say. I just could never sit up there and say them because I'm just some white kid from the suburbs, right? So the newer age kids, maybe they might do it, but not for no 6 years. They'll do it for like 5 seconds, and then it'll become old to them real quick. Because then they'll just be trying to fit some type of stereotype because of what they believe or assume somebody black is or what they would do. Again, imagination, running wild, dangerous thing, especially when a black person is a part of that imaginary image. Dangerous work. But yeah, easy lives, 100%. Sam said, now black women voted in droves for Hillary and she still blamed black people for her loss. She didn't say nothing to those white women, though. It shows you what they think. I mean, her husband is Bill Clinton. 3 strikes, right? And then on top of that, you got Hillary that was what was it? She's a fan of the woman who pretty much created Planned Parenthood. Right? Got, quotes calling, black people, we's got to be exterminated and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, crazy work directly out there. Crazy work. So like I said, I'm not too shocked that Hillary got the mouth that she got. And reckless, and this wasn't she the same one that was trying to walk around and act like she carries hot sauce with her or something? The same thing Kamala was sitting up there doing. I'm like, ma'am, if you don't sit your Indian self down, you know that you don't be celebrating no Kwanzaa. You ain't sitting up there fixing no type of black feast for the Caucasian family that you're married into. You are not doing that. I'm like, Lord have mercy, that makeshift kitchen. I would believe. This is where I'm at. I would believe Paula Deen and Martha Stewart cooking soul food over Kamala. And that whole act that she gave on national TV next to her husband. Yes, me and my husband, we celebrate Kwanzaa. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, who's eating this up? Who's believing this right now? Because I'm not one of them. The last time I even did Kwanzaa, that was like when I was younger. That was when I was younger. That was also due to the fact of the schools that I went to as well. And how it was that they were trying to teach us. And that was also during the time that you had the talk of Kwanzaa and a lot of black, sitcoms and and different stuff like that. So that was a part of like a whole like period and different stuff like that. I can't give you a school that's teaching Kwanzaa. I can't give you black teachers that's literally talking about that and make that, like a point and all of those things and going by day or however it is. Can't give you nothing. D Money said, so y'all saying y'all didn't vote for Trump because he's white? Alyssa Jane says, hi, what is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. Bacon said, because he's only good at going after women, but can't win against a man. I'm not even sure what you're talking about. Let me see. Responding to the comments. I was responding to the man we're listening to, I guess. Oh, okay. So I guess you were talking about Tyrese, right? Work said it doesn't matter. He can't run for a third term. It does matter. This is why I made a point to bring up the legislation that I've done videos on. I literally read it verbatim of the legislation that is literally on the table that people are trying to work on getting passed. So you can say that he can't do it right now, but that doesn't mean later towards the end of his term. Like I said, you don't know. Again, we're not even through with like the first year. We're not even through with the first year. So, like I said, we got a full 4 years to see what's going to happen, the laws and the things that they're going to get passed. And then I also want to remind people that they happen to pass a lot of things that they don't show off on C-SPAN, just to let people know. So, they do things outside of the scope of C-SPAN, outside of that point of view, outside of that camera lens. They make backdoor deals. They, get ridiculous amounts of money. Like I said, some of these people are like multimillionaires to the highest percentile on a government salary. You got to understand how that works. A lot of these people are paid for. I've talked about this too as well. Let me see. That's what y'all do. Like I said, like Venezuela. Oh, speaking of which, matter of fact, going back over to Venezuela, right? Let me show off this video. I gotta make sure to mute the sound because this is one of the videos I wanted to bring up before. I forgot I got more videos. Let's see if I can get that video real quick. I'm not sure if you guys saw the footage of people being placed back in Venezuela. It should be this video here. Right? So these were supposedly, like the gang members or whatnot that got deported from the United States back to Venezuela to get put directly in those Venezuelan prisons. See the tattoos and everything. It's tough work for them to get off that plane. They be holding them down and everything too. It's like, yeah, we're going to sit there and hold you down. Then we're going to toss you directly in that truck. But let me tell you, they be having them boys crouched down. They're like, yo, we're going to let you know what time it is here. That man was rethinking everything he did wrong in his life. Cause he's like, man, I gotta sit there and go to this prison. I gotta be in there for life. Yeah, buddy, it's over. Oh, D Money said that was The Godfather. I don't know why I thought it was Casino. You said it was a mini movie, mob movie. Okay, yeah, I got you. Yo said white folks. They say one said that was a Casino or Goodfellas. Yeah, it was one of those. Yeah. BA said, yeah, it happened in the white neighborhoods first, and we warned you all it was coming to your neighborhood. Y'all ain't warned us or nothing. What you talking about? Y'all ain't warned us or nothing. Gail was like, that's enough. If you make Gail mad, let me tell you something. You are going to be feeling the wrath. Black business owners do it too. We all look at the bottom line. I guess. I'm not sure what black business owners you're talking about. Sham said the people who was meant to replace the cheaper labor force were black people, but because they didn't want to pay black labor properly, this is why they opened up the borders. Yeah. Warwick says, since Trump has been back in office, I keep hearing he's going to take Social Security, is going to do this, he's going to do that. But what has he done that wasn't expected? Ellis said 64 times mentioned in the files. Don't get the same memorandum. Work said, I'm still making ends meet. I would vote for Trump again tomorrow. I mean, that's of course. Right? Sham said this ish backfired on them as soon as they opened those borders. Yeah, they got the cheap labor, but it opened up a world of hiring costs and crime and drugs. Yeah. Sham said, like I said before, don't replace white jobs with those people. They don't go to white communities. They go to black communities and replace black labor. Warwick said, and they're going to have to profit play less because they're going to have to pay American workers a living wage, which is better than exploiting migrants. They're not going to do that. They're not going to sit up there. They're not going to do it because the thing with paying American people to work, let's say a lot of these farms, is the fact that a lot of American people are going to complain. They're going to complain about the conditions. They're going to complain about breaks, like for all intents and purposes, right? Huh? Never seen that one before. That's a little bit. Oh, wait, did I do that one? Hold on, let me see. Maybe I did that one. No, I didn't. Oh, let me see something. Because that just threw me off real quick. I'm like, how did that specifically happen on this end? Hold on. Let me see something real quick. Dreamfish, Colorado. Okay, so that's from the other side. So let me swap. Hey, we are on the road to 40K. Let me tell you, shout out, much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all people who have subscribed to the platform. We are on the way to 40K. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, much love. Let me see. Sounds good. Yeah, that was weird. I've never seen that before. Like somebody actually, how did that even happen? I've never seen it before. Somebody was banned and their comment was removed. I'm trying to figure out. I don't remember doing it. That's a little bit weird. A little bit weird. Huh. Right said you're ignorant, but look up the race of most farmers in America. You're talking about the owners. We're talking about the workers. We're clearly talking about the actual workers, the ones that are. I'm not talking about the owners. I'm talking about the actual workers. The work said I'm white. I've worked outside since I was 15 years old. I'm 50 and a business owner, and I still work outside 5 to 6 days a week, 10 to 12 hours a day, no matter how hot or how cold. But again, you're an owner. Like that's the thing. You can decide not to sit up there and do it because you can literally hire somebody if you want to. You opt to still do it. That's the key point. You opt to still do it. There are plenty of farmers that don't work their own land. Yeah. B.A. Warwick said, "You don't know white people. I know America." let's start with that one. I know America though. Let's try that one. You said missing it. Remember text messages telling people to report to the plantations. They thought they were going to get their fields back. Oh yeah, that was another thing. I think I might have showcased that one where people were getting their text messages talking about, at least specifically to black people, telling them to report to your nearest plantation farm or whatever it is. Dalen said this has to be a pre-recording and a replay. None of these mentioned readings are in the scrollable chat, or he is extremely slow reader. Yeah, I take my time because normally, I'm on different topics, different videos. It's 7:07. You wrote that at like 7:53, so yeah, it happens like that. It'd be like that. BA said, do you think old fat white men represent white people as a whole? Which ones are we talking about? Let me know which ones you're talking about. America will never be united with black supremacists like you. I mean, you know what? I'm not even mad at that comment. I had somebody German say the exact same thing. So you got to do better. You got to do better. When I can have somebody German try to roll up here, a German immigrant, mind you, anchor baby, try to roll up here and tell me that I'm racist, knowing the fact of Germans. You is more than likely a white person trying to tell me that I'm racist. You got to do way better, buddy. You're not gonna, you're not gonna be superior to German engineering. You're not gonna outbeat that one. Let me tell you, you got a mountain to climb. So yeah, try back because you're not banned yet. So keep trying. Warwick said, "Wait, are there black people that want to be white?" You got a rare 0.01% of black people. Yeah, yeah. Just like you got a lot of white people that want to be black because they think black is cool. They want to be rappers and they want to be boy. They want to get some skin on the black side and all the other type of good stuff, right? Whatever decade y'all feel that y'all from, that's the type of black person that y'all want to be, and preferably y'all always want to go back to like some 70s, start talking some jive, and then y'all want to go to like some 90s type of deal. It's always like a stereotype. Crazy work though, crazy work. BA said, let me see. It said Putin, Trump is good friends with him. Yeah, hot sauce Hillary. Yeah. Hillary borderline catfish black folks. Yeah, she did. Yeah, I don't even know what that is. It looks like a bunch of gibberish right there. Legalized Mohawk religious practices, facts. Black outside of her skin. Not in the history of Negrodom has a trill American ninja celebrated no Kwanzaa. This is why I said when I was younger, like, 90s is different. Especially not at this point. Nah, it ain't happening. That Kwanzaa was made up by the CIA, a whole COINTEL pro ninja. Real black gentleman said, return to sender. Whose man is these? Sham said, yes, get it out. Venezuela, he looks hurt. Heavy duty. Trying to just go through this and catch up. Medicine plants are stigmatized today by xenophobic, eco-terrorist ideologies that profit from prohibition. If you keep writing that nonsense, I'm telling you, I'm hitting that button real quick. Rabbit said, Martin Lawrence, they're going to put all kinds of burritos. Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy. Mo said, they're about to go crown a bus. Yeah. Gail said, why are they walking them like that so we can't see their faces? I mean, I don't know. I guess it's to like get them in the mode of getting used to like, yo, you're about to be treated like this. Don't think that you're about to be running anything in here. Probably that whole deal. River said Kamala Martha and Paula's Soul Food Restaurant. I had family members who worked for Paula Deen. It wasn't good. Oh yeah, of course it wasn't. Paula was trying to bring slavery back. She was trying to bring that good old South back. It said you're misinformed. The Venezuela gang members, along with the MS-13 members, were actually deported to El Salvador, mega prison. Well, this video had to do with Venezuela, so that's the video that I'm highlighting, and that's showing off. So yeah, putting that out there. Sham said, I don't know Seji, the chicken plantation down south had a lot of illegal workers. They hired back an entire black workforce after getting into trouble, so people will work those jobs. Gail said the guards just as crazy as they are. Yeah, they are. They are. Gooch, let me tell you something. Gail will ban you real quick. D-Money said they're going to corporatize the farms and replace the immigrant labor with possible prison labor. You literally pay them pennies. Don't be surprised if there's another mass incarceration attempt. I mean, I've said that before. If you really wanted to, quote unquote, put labor directly out there to have the prisoners working directly on those things. If you got people serving life sentences, put them to work. Put them directly to work. right? They're quote unquote American. No problem. You're locked up here and you did whatever you did. All right, no problem. We're going to make sure that, you're going to be working for the rest of your life. So you about to be working these farms. Just saying. He said, Aaron, if I can't get them subscribers, might as well support someone that deserves it. I'm a little bit confused. Donnie said, as an individual who doesn't live in the United States, I find the fact that you don't have a living wage, healthcare, or the education system to provide you with knowledge of other countries a problem. We do have knowledge of other countries. We just more so stay focused directly on, our thing, right? But when it deals with like, geography and different things of that nature, we know. But other people that are outside of the United States don't even actually understand how large the United States is. Case in point, the United Kingdom. If you happen to ask any of those people how big the United States is, they don't specifically know. Because the United Kingdom lives in such close proximity to all of those other areas there, they feel like you can just get there within like a few minutes or like 45 minutes or whatever. When technically in certain instances, if you're going by bus, it's going to take you hours. If you want to try to take a Greyhound somewhere across the United States, yeah, you might be up on there for about a good 14 hours. Right? It's not just a straight shot. You can't just throw a coin, right across and get there. You said why is Gail a mod? Because Gail is a mod. I made sure that Gail was going to be a mod. I wanted Gail to be a mod, and Gail is a mod. That is why Gail is a mod. It's like, what type of question is that? That don't even make no sense. Like that don't even make any sense. Like, what type of question? Mo was like, into the Bermuda Triangle. Yeah, it's like, that's a crazy question. It's like, you asking why is Gail a mod? Why are you worried about it? You acting like you come on, man. Oh man. Oh my goodness. Put your name out there. Said they're never going to release that list. Yeah, they're not. They have no plans of releasing that list. They'll give you everything else. They'll tell you about aliens, Bigfoot, the Loch Ness monster, UFOs, all of that. They'll tell you about portals to other dimensions, and they'll tell you about light beings and social consciousness, whatever it is. They'll tell you about all of that stuff, but they won't specifically release the names on those files because they know that it will start to collapse. It'll bring down the collapse of a whole system. But realistically, I feel as though if they were to release the names of celebrities on that list, it'll be just like Balenciaga. People just aren't going to care. That's the thing that's basically hindering them right now. If they would actually understand the fact that if they release the names on that list, that the greater majority of the public, they're not going to care. It'll be hot today and it'll be gone tomorrow. That's literally it. But the more that they keep trying to, push or get away from the whole list, the worse it's going to sit up there and get. But like I said, they'll figure it out. They will figure it out. Hot sauce Hillary is no different than you ain't black Biden. That's facts. 100%. Leonard said, if I wake up pink tomorrow, I just that's crazy. He said another fake narrative like Sidney Powell and release the Kraken. Let me see. Love the skin man. Yeah. Zone said, please tell me what you're watching. This is trending on 4 other short streams. Oh, that's crazy. I didn't even know it was trending. Let me keep that video running in. let me just keep that running. I didn't even know it was trending. That's some diabolical work. But shout out to YouTube though. If this is in the recommended, shout out to YouTube. Matter of fact, how many people we had here so far? Let me just. Oh, Jesus Christ! Let me just tell you something, guys. So at the moment in time, we had about a hot 11K people here. It don't even seem like it. I don't even know how that even happened, but shout out, much love, respect, and appreciation to all 11K that just popped up in there for like a good minute or so. Like I said, it's crazy work. I love it though. It's diabolical. Like I said, we'll have good days, and then we'll have other days. It's crazy work. Crazy work. You said if most prisons in the United States were like this, don't think we've had an issue with gangs in the prison system. No, people, like most humans will do, they'll make a way. Like no matter how bad the circumstances are, they'll still sit up there, make a way, and have a hierarchy directly in there. And if the prisons are bad, then what's going to happen is that the prisoners are going to formulate something in order to protect themselves against the ones in power. They're going to do things like that. Warwick said, does the black community also think that Michelle Obama is, or is that just, I don't know what to tell you. You would have to, look all over that. Just a glance said, not say that, but the kids said, why not the rappers say that? So why I can't say it? Oh, okay. I got you. You said talking about like the N word. Yeah. Yeah. Train is like 3 days coast to coast. Sham said Gail is a wonderful mod who is super funny. I love Gail. We all love Gail. D Money said because Gail is getting you out of here. Bars. Bar said didn't mean to confuse you. Thought the term homie would help. Sidebar said y'all be good. I'm about to go back. About to go back live. Okay, all right. See you out there. Sham said the reason why they're not realizing that list is because CEO names and politician names are on that list. Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. We got Gail up there, sitting up there cheering. We got Ali in the building. Ali, how is it possible that you are always late? Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I expect you to be here, Ali. You're one of the main people that would normally be here on time, Ali. I expect a great deal from you. Let me tell you. This is about the second or the third time you done pull into this live stream late. Second or the third time. Denise Rivers said, as long as we've been on, the likes should be up. Yeah, technically they should be. I can tell you exactly what they are from the background. We've had about a good 11K, and the likes on the stream. Let me see if I can actually get that. Oh, they might not actually tell me what the likes are actually from here. Let me see. We got views. Yeah, we made it up to this stream was about a good 11K. So yeah, something was trending on the shorts. I'm guessing. Going to the chat. Yeah, I can't actually go to the. I'll have to use my phone to go to like. I can tell you the stream is not going to have 11 likes directly up there though. They're not going to do that. Matter of fact, if this actually hit, hold on, wait. Let me see something because this one that was about a good 11. Let me see the other one. If there was a way to actually get this to correlate to subscribers, let me tell you, this would be masterful. I would be able to teach a real masterclass out here. Let me tell you. Because from outside, that one is at 4. This one is at about 5. So yeah, we did pretty good. So I say altogether we got about a good 16, almost 17K. During the live stream. So that's a positive number. Like I said, much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all that are currently here, at this moment in time. And like I always sit up there and say, any and all videos that you just so happen to see, you will see those, on a shorter video, that type of deal. River said it's only 27 likes, brother. What just happened here? Hold on, wait. Let me check this real quick. Wait a minute. Nah, you gotta be playing with me right now. Hold on, let me see. I gotta go to my own live stream on my phone just to sit up here and see that. Let me see which. Well, it depends on which one you're looking at, because on one of them we got about 139, right? I think I can actually like type this in the comment section. Let me see. I'm doing this from my phone. Looking crazy. Let me see if that pops up on the stream. Yep, it does. That's crazy. But yeah, as like I've always said, much love. Like River said, on my end, it's 27. So yeah, let me check that one real quick. Let me see. I gotta check the other one there. Okay, I guess it might be a little bit slow. So you're looking from the other side then, Because on my end it says 66. I think it did say 67. Somebody took back their like real quick. That is some diabolical work. I hope your shoelaces come untied when you start walking outside. I hope that happens. But yeah, that one somebody snatched that away real quick. So yeah, we got a varying amount from two different sides. So I just want to put that out there. And again, much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all people who have come directly through to the live stream. Leon said 140 on your end. Yeah. D Money said, who types in their own chat? I do. I'm that guy. Let me tell you. There's been let me tell you, D Money. There's been times before where because I put it to you like this doing live streams, right? And this is in a sense. Wait, hold on. What did Shane say? Said the government will collapse no matter who's in office. America was not built on a good foundation, and it runs on bad policies. It's in the end process. No, that's true. That's 100%. He says so. People should keep their hope and faith shouldn't keep their hope and faith in the dying system. Instead, just brace for the end, because the end is always violent and horrible, but the beginning will come and we can start anew. No, that's true. But D-Money, this is the main thing to anybody else, directly out there. We got 77 people. So if any one of you guys at any moment in time want to do, let's say, social media, you're going to have to get used to, in a sense, quote unquote, talking to yourself. It sounds a little bit crazy, and it does. And especially if you're actually recording and you're looking at the webcam and the screen, and then it's looking right back at you, you're going to sound and look directly crazy. But once you get used to the sound of your own voice and doing this, it becomes normal. The other thing too is if at any moment in time you just so happen to, let's say, start up a brand new YouTube channel and you start a live, you're going to have to, in a sense, talk to yourself, because you're not really going to have people that are going to, roll up and just automatically be interested in whatever it is that you're saying. Some people, just like how the magical 11K pulled up to the stream, you'll have people that will just stop in for about a good 3 seconds and then dip out, and you'll have that, stuff like that happen, continuously. So, trust me, I've had to do this. The lowest subscriber count that I ever had was about 72. I had 75, but those people were Trump supporters, and because I was critiquing Trump and saying things, they unsubscribed. So it'd be like that. So, went from 72, up to the almost close to 40K on this channel. And, on the, other channel almost made it to about 100K before YouTube decided to pump the brakes, directly on that inevitable 100K mark. And they were like, we're going to stop you right there. We're not about to let you get that plaque. Nah, buddy. We're going to start deducting, because originally I was about at least close to about 96K. And, then YouTube was like, yeah, we want to pump the brakes on this. We're going to stop anybody being able to see this. It's not going to be in the recommended feed or anything like that. And we're going to start reducing the subscribers that you have. So over, a nice amount of time, I've been seeing thousands of subscribers get peeled directly back off of that channel. And in the background for me, YouTube would be like, okay, we're going through channels. It was about, I want to say 2023, 2024. And it was continuously directly on the back of my channel. It was like, yeah, we're going through channels at this moment in time to get rid of, duplicate or, troll accounts or, whatever, people basically subscribed. So it's crazy work. It is crazy work. DSA one said that was the Tyson plant in Mississippi where all of those illegals got ICE called on them a few years ago. Okay. I got you. I think, let me see. I read off to you guys about the UN judge. We did the chat GPT thing about the voters because somebody brought that up earlier. We went over the whole thing dealing with in Vogue. Last but not least, there is one other thing I wanted to bring up, because I keep doing this because I keep forgetting because I get sidetracked. There was this story here, and you have France wanting the Statue of Liberty back, right? So it says French poll wants the United States to give back the Statue of Liberty. Quote, you despise it, right? Talking about the United States. It says a French parliament member is demanding that the United States return the Statue of Liberty, claiming that America has lost its way and no longer stands for what the iconic sculpture represents. Quote, we're going to say to Americans who have chosen the side with the tyrant, to the Americans who fired researchers for demanding scientific freedom, give us back the Statue of Liberty. Quote unquote, the left-leaning Frenchman Ralph Gluckman stated during a recent convention of his political party. Quote, we gave it to you guys as a gift, but apparently you despise it. So it will be just fine here at home. Gluckman is a major booster of the Ukraine war and has sharply criticized President Trump for aggressively seeking to pull back on United States support for the effort. He also has stated that he's been very vocal opponent of Trump reducing funding to colleges and research institutions. Quote, the second thing we're going to say to America is, quote, if you want to fire your best researchers, if you want to fire all the people who, through their freedom and the sense of innovation, their taste for doubt and research, have made your country the world's leading power, then we're going to welcome them. Gluckman criticized right-wing members of France's parliament, whom he called a fan club for Trump, as well as Tesla CEO and world's richest man, Elon Musk, who was taking on a highly visible role in the administration. Lady Liberty was designed by French sculptor Auguste Bartholdi, I probably mispronounced that last name, and given to the United States as a gift from France. It was unveiled in Upper New York Bay in 1886 in a dedication ceremony by the then president Grover Cleveland. The beloved statue has since become one of the United States' most enduring symbols and a beacon of freedom and the world over, for the world over. So yeah, there we are. They want their statue back. It's crazy work. Crazy work. What you guys think about that? France wanting back the Statue of Liberty. Let me see. I believe they make fake channels as a psyop for the pseudo gauge with creators, right? And whoever would engage with them. Jacob said, this is silly. River said, to me, I don't care who is handing out the truth. It's not for me to like the person, but the message, the truth, right? Shem said, yeah, the Statue of Liberty was given to the United States for the freedom of slaves. America's racist has changed it to be about immigration, right? Gash said America was never about freedom, possibly freedom for convicts, but never freedom for all. Interesting. Rabbit said that's rich coming from France, the same country trying to financially oppress Western Africa. Not to mention Haiti as well. Gash said Black Americans are the... Wait, what? Innovation, I'm sorry. Chat setup that wrote up. D-Money said they flipped out over the original Statue of Liberty being a Black woman. That is true. River said we should give back that man's status. It has nothing to do with America. If you're talking... the funniest thing is now there's two stories here, right? You got the Statue of Liberty as is, right? You also got the other aspect of manifest destiny. Then you have the other aspect of, the Statue of Liberty was given due to, show the celebration from them over, the slaves being freed, here in America and all the other type of good stuff. And last but not least, you also have the aspect of people stating that the Statue of Liberty is representative of Lucifer. And I think I touched on that as well. You said that's not how the statue originally looked. Yeah, that's true. That's true. So pull up. Sham said, I know, right? When it comes to the statue back, see what happens. Yeah. But yeah, I think that's it, guys. I think we actually did pretty good today. I'll leave it out on that point dealing with the Statue of Liberty and get to working on uploading some videos and probably playing some Monster Hunter and eating some food. But much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all of those directly in attendance who stayed through the the whole 4 hours and 23 minutes of this live stream. Thank you guys for the comments. Real Black said, "Gracious to you, brother." Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation to you and yours as well. Again, much love, respects to any, even if you stay through for like 3 to 5 seconds or 10 seconds. Much love. I will take any and all views. I have no problems directly with it. Like I said, I'm trying to break my own live stream records. When it deals with this. So yeah, thanks to anybody who may have donated to the stream by way of PayPal, Cash App, Patreon, within the chats as well, or anything like that. I wouldn't be able to do the things that I do without people like you coming through and being a part of the channel and subscribing to the platform. And hopefully sooner or later we'll have a live stream talking about hitting that 40K, directly on this platform sometime soon, probably sometime during this year. Hopefully, just gotta figure out how to get up there. But you guys are free. It is currently 7:33 at this moment in time. So go get your feng shui in order. Have fun with your family and your friends. Go watch some movies. Order some food. Go out there gaming, and love and live life. So peace out. River said, "Enjoy your evening and good evening to those also in chat." Let me sit up there and just put that up there. Leave it on that note. Post that directly up there. All right. See you guys later.